Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Ancient Art of Wuju. In the misty highlands of Ionia, where ancient spirits dance through bamboo groves and the very air hums with magical energy, there exists a martial art so profound that its practitioners claim it touches the essence of existence itself. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of contemplation, let us explore the mystical discipline known as Wuju, a way of life that transforms the body into a vessel for transcendence and the mind into a mirror of universal truth. Imagine yourself walking along a mountain path in the early hours of dawn, when the world exists in that precious moment between night and day. The morning mist clings to the slopes like silk scarves, abandoned by celestial dancers, and somewhere in the distance you hear the rhythmic sound of wooden practice swords meeting in perfect harmony. This is your first glimpse into the world of Wuju, where every movement is a meditation, every strike a prayer, and every breath a connection to the infinite. The origins of Wuju stretch back through the mists of time, woven into the very fabric of Ionian history like golden threads in an ancient tapestry. Long before the great temples were built, before the names of current masters were whispered in reverent tones, there lived those who sought to understand the fundamental nature of combat, not as destruction, but as creation, the creation of perfect harmony between mind, body, and spirit. Picture, if you will, the earliest Wuju practitioners gathering in hidden valleys where the spiritual energy of Ionia flows most purely. These were not warriors in the traditional sense, seeking glory or conquest, but philosophers with blades, seekers who understood that true mastery lay not in defeating others, but in achieving perfect unity with the cosmos itself. They observed the way water flows around obstacles, how wind moves through trees without resistance, how light bends and shifts, yet never loses its essential nature. From these observations grew the fundamental principle that would define Wuju for millennia to come, the concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action. This is not the absence of effort, but rather the presence of such perfect technique that movement becomes as natural as breathing, as inevitable as the sunrise. When a Wuju master moves, they do not fight against the universe. They become an expression of its will, a living embodiment of its perfect balance. The art developed through 7 distinct philosophical lenses, each one representing a different aspect of existence that a practitioner must understand and embody. The first lens, known as the mirror of self, teaches that one must know oneself completely before attempting to understand an opponent. This is not mere introspection, but a deep, almost mystical awareness of one's own strengths, weaknesses, fears, and desires. A true Wuju practitioner can see themselves as clearly as if they were looking into still water under starlight. The second lens, the flow of time, recognizes that combat exists not in isolated moments, but in the eternal dance of cause and effect. A master learns to perceive the threads that connect each action to its consequence, each movement to its counter, each decision to its ultimate outcome. They move not just in response to what is happening, but in anticipation of what must inevitably come to pass. As you imagine these ancient masters in their mountain sanctuaries, picture the third lens, the harmony of elements. Just as Ionia itself is a living symphony of natural forces, so too must a Wuju practitioner learn to embody the qualities of earth, water, fire, air, and spirit. They must be as solid and unmovable as mountain stone when defense is required, as fluid and adaptable as flowing water when evasion is needed, as swift and consuming as wildfire when offense is called for, as light and untouchable as wind when speed is paramount, and as transcendent as pure spirit when ultimate technique is demanded. The fourth lens, the web of connection, teaches that nothing exists in isolation. Every being, every action, every thought is connected to every other through invisible threads of energy and consequence. A master who truly understands this lens can perceive these connections, using them to redirect an opponent's force, to anticipate their movements, to turn their strength into weakness and their aggression into defeat. Picture now the fifth lens, the cycle of change. This profound understanding recognizes that everything in existence is in constant flux, constantly transforming from one state to another. Victory becomes defeat, strength becomes weakness, life becomes death, becomes life again, in an endless dance of transformation. A Wuju master learns to flow with these changes rather than resist them, to find opportunity in every shift, balance in every imbalance. The sixth lens, known as the unity of opposites, represents perhaps the most challenging concept for practitioners to grasp. It teaches that apparent contradictions, strength and gentleness, speed and patience, aggression and compassion, are not truly opposite, but rather complementary aspects of a greater whole. A master must learn to embody both sides of every duality simultaneously, to be simultaneously yielding and unyielding, present and absent, moving and still. Finally, the seventh lens, the gate of transcendence, represents the ultimate goal of Wuju practice, the moment when technique transcends technique, when the practitioner becomes one with the art itself. In this state, there is no longer a person performing movements. There is only the movement itself, expressing through a human form, but originating from the cosmic source of all action. These philosophical foundations were not mere academic concepts to be studied and debated, but living principles that shaped every aspect of a practitioner's daily existence. The ancient Wuju masters understood that true martial prowess could only emerge from a life lived in complete alignment with these universal truths. They rose before dawn to meditate in silence, feeling the pulse of the world awakening around them. They practiced their forms with devotion that bordered on the sacred, treating each movement as both prayer and poem. Imagine yourself observing one of these ancient training sessions, hidden among the morning shadows of a bamboo grove. You watch as a master moves through the fundamental kata, their wooden sword tracing patterns in the air that seem to echo the movement of constellations across the night sky. Each gesture flows seamlessly into the next, creating a continuous stream of motion that appears both completely spontaneous and utterly inevitable. The wooden practice sword, known as a makan, is far more than a mere training tool in Wuju tradition. It represents the practitioner's commitment to the path of non-violence, even within the context of martial training. The ancient masters believed that one who could achieve perfect technique with wood had transcended the need for steel, that true mastery lay not in the ability to cut through physical obstacles, but in the wisdom to flow around them entirely. As the centuries passed, the art of Wuju evolved and refined itself, passing from master to student in an unbroken chain of wisdom and dedication. Each generation added their own insights and innovations, while carefully preserving the essential core teachings that made Wuju more than mere combat technique. The mountain villages where practitioners lived became centers of learning that attracted seekers from across Ionia and beyond, places where the boundaries between martial art, philosophy, and spiritual practice dissolved completely. The daily life of a Wuju village was structured around the rhythm of practice and contemplation. Students would begin each day with meditation at sunrise, sitting in perfect stillness as they aligned their inner energy with the awakening world around them. This was followed by hours of form practice, where basic movements were repeated thousands of times until they became as natural and unconscious as heartbeat. Afternoons were devoted to partner exercises, where students learned to apply their techniques through careful, controlled sparring that emphasized precision and control over power and speed. These sessions were more like dances than fights, with practitioners flowing together in patterns that highlighted the beauty and effectiveness of Wuju principles. Violence was not absent from their training, but it was transformed into something approaching art. Evenings brought philosophical discussion and study, where masters would share the deeper meanings behind each technique, each principle, each aspect of the art. Students learned that every physical movement had a corresponding mental and spiritual component, that mastery of the body was meaningless without corresponding mastery of the mind and spirit. The Wuju masters developed a teaching method known as the spiral path, recognizing that true understanding comes not through linear progression, but through returning again and again to fundamental concepts at ever deeper levels of comprehension. A student might practice the same basic form for years, each repetition revealing new layers of meaning and possibility. What seemed simple on the surface revealed infinite complexity to those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Within this ancient tradition, certain students distinguished themselves through exceptional dedication and natural ability. These individuals were guided toward the advanced teachings, the secret techniques that were shared only with those deemed worthy of carrying the true essence of Wuju forward. Among these exceptional practitioners, one name would eventually echo through history with particular resonance, a young man whose natural talent and unwavering commitment would make him the bridge between the ancient traditions and a world transformed by conflict. The wooden training grounds, where he first learned to move in harmony with the universe, still remember the sound of his footsteps, the whisper of his practice sword cutting through morning air. Even then, his masters recognized something special in the way he approached the art, not as a collection of techniques to be mastered, but as a living truth to be embodied and expressed through every moment of existence. As we conclude our exploration of the ancient art of Wuju and its profound philosophical foundations, we can feel the weight of centuries of wisdom and dedication that created this extraordinary discipline. From the mist-shrouded mountains of ancient Ionia to the training grounds where legends were born, Wuju represents humanity's eternal quest to find harmony between strength and wisdom, between action and understanding, between the individual will and the cosmic order that governs all existence. In a world where conflict often arises from misunderstanding and fear, what wisdom might we find in an art that teaches us to see our opponents, not as enemies to be destroyed, but as partners in the eternal dance of existence? Chapter 2. The Village of Wuju. Nestled in a hidden valley, where ancient cherry trees bloom in eternal spring and crystal streams sing lullabies to the stones they caress, there once stood a village unlike any other in all of Ionia. This was the village of Wuju, a place where time seemed to move differently, where the very air carried whispers of ancient wisdom, and where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin as morning mist. Tonight, let us walk together through these sacred grounds and discover the community that nurtured the most profound martial art the world has ever known. Picture yourself approaching this hidden sanctuary as a weary traveler might have centuries ago, following a narrow mountain path that winds through groves of bamboo so tall they seem to brush the clouds themselves. The path appears to lead nowhere, disappearing into dense foliage that guards the valley's secrets from the outside world. But as you round a final bend, the trees part like curtains drawn back from a window, revealing a sight that takes your breath away and fills your heart with an inexplicable sense of coming home. The village spreads before you like a living poem written in wood, stone, and flowing water. Simple but elegant buildings rise from the valley floor in perfect harmony with the natural landscape, their curved rooftops echoing the gentle slopes of the surrounding mountains. Gardens flourish between the structures, not the formal, manicured spaces of wealthy estates, but wild, organic gardens that seem to have grown according to their own inner wisdom, where vegetables and flowers intermingle in joyous profusion. Wooden bridges arch gracefully over streams that wind through the village like silver ribbons, their surfaces polished smooth by generations of feet that have crossed them in pursuit of training, meditation, and daily life. The sound of water is everywhere, not the rushing torrent of mountain rapids, but the gentle, constant music of streams finding their natural course, pools reflecting the sky like mirrors placed by celestial hands, small waterfalls that create natural amphitheaters for contemplation and practice. At the heart of the village stands the great dojo, a structure so perfectly proportioned and positioned that it seems less like a building than like a natural formation grown from the earth itself. Its walls are made of pale wood that seems to glow with inner light, especially in the hours before dawn and after sunset, when the boundary between day and night creates that magical time of transition. The roof sweeps upward in graceful curves, its edges turned slightly skyward, as if the building itself is reaching toward enlightenment. Surrounding the great dojo are smaller practice spaces, each designed for specific aspects of Wuju training. The mirror pavilion, with its polished floors that reflect both body and spirit, where students learn to see themselves with perfect clarity. The flow gardens, where practitioners train among carefully placed stones and streams, learning to move like water finding its course. The 7 circles, a series of stone rings where advanced students practice the most complex forms, each circle representing one of the fundamental lenses of Wuju understanding. The residential areas of the village reflect the same harmony between human need and natural beauty. Each home is unique, built to accommodate the specific needs and preferences of its inhabitants, yet all share common design principles that create visual and spiritual unity throughout the community. Windows are positioned to capture the morning light and frame views of mountains or gardens. Verandas extend living spaces into the natural world, creating seamless transitions between indoor and outdoor existence. You might imagine yourself walking through the village in the early morning hours, when the mist still clings to the valley floor and the first rays of sunlight filter through the canopy above. The air is cool and sweet, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the earthy richness of soil warmed by approaching day. In the distance, you hear the rhythmic sounds of practice beginning, the soft whisper of wooden swords cutting through air, the gentle tap of bare feet on polished floors, the occasional quiet instruction passed from master to student. The people you encounter move with a distinctive quality that sets them apart from ordinary villagers. There is an awareness in their posture, a centeredness in their bearing that speaks of deep inner training. They walk as if in constant meditation, each step placed with intention, each gesture flowing naturally from a place of balance and control. When they speak, their voices carry the same qualities, measured, thoughtful, resonant, with the kind of wisdom that comes from years of patient practice and self-examination. Children play in the village streets, but even their games reflect the influence of Wuju principles. They practice balance by walking on narrow logs placed over streams, develop coordination through juggling games with smooth river stones, learn timing and distance through intricate group dances that mirror the forms their parents and older siblings practice in the formal training sessions. Laughter rings through the air, but it is laughter grounded in joy rather than mere amusement, the deep contentment of beings who understand their place in the larger harmony of existence. The daily rhythm of village life follows patterns established over countless generations, yet remains flexible enough to accommodate the natural flow of seasons and circumstances. As dawn breaks over the mountain peaks, the entire community gathers in the great dojo for morning meditation. In perfect silence, hundreds of villagers sit in neat rows, their breathing synchronized, their minds turned inward toward that still point at the center of being where true peace resides. Following meditation comes the morning practice session, where students of all ages and skill levels engage in forms training. Masters move through the community like gentle shepherds, offering quiet corrections and encouragement, their presence felt more than seen as they guide the development of each individual according to their unique needs and capabilities. The practice is serious but never grim, challenging but never harsh, demanding excellence while maintaining compassion for human limitation. Breakfast in the village is a communal affair, with families and friends gathering to share simple but nourishing meals prepared from vegetables grown in the community gardens, grains cultivated in terraced fields carved into the mountainsides, and pure water drawn from the sacred springs that feed the valley's streams. Conversation flows easily, touching on philosophical questions as naturally as practical concerns, treating both with equal respect and attention. The midday hours are devoted to various forms of productive work that support the community's needs, while providing additional opportunities for applying Wuju principles to everyday activities. Some villagers tend the gardens, approaching cultivation as a form of meditation in motion, understanding that the same principles that govern effective martial technique also guide successful growing of food and flowers. Others engage in crafts, woodworking, pottery, weaving, treating each creation as an opportunity to express harmony, balance, and the pursuit of perfection through patient attention to detail. The village maintains its own library, a repository of scrolls and texts that preserve not only the technical aspects of Wuju training, but also the philosophical and spiritual teachings that give the art its deeper meaning. Students spend quiet afternoon hours in study, not memorizing by rote, but engaging with ideas that challenge and expand their understanding of themselves and their place in the cosmic order. Advanced students often serve as teachers for beginners, a practice that deepens their own understanding while ensuring that knowledge passes smoothly from one generation to the next. The teaching relationships in the village are characterized by mutual respect rather than rigid hierarchy, recognition that wisdom can flow in multiple directions, and that even the most accomplished master continues to learn from interaction with sincere students. Evening brings another formal practice session, this one focused on partner exercises and sparring. In the fading light of day, pairs of practitioners move together in carefully choreographed encounters that test technique, timing, and the ability to remain centered under pressure. These sessions are more like dances than fights, with each participant committed to helping their partner grow in skill and understanding, rather than simply trying to demonstrate superior ability. As darkness settles over the valley, the village gathers once again for evening meditation and philosophical discussion. Masters share stories from Wuju history, explore the deeper meanings behind specific techniques, and guide conversations that help students integrate their physical training with intellectual and spiritual development. These sessions often continue late into the night, with small groups of particularly dedicated students gathering around individual masters to delve even deeper into the mysteries of the art. The village operates according to principles of consensus and mutual support rather than authoritarian control. Decisions affecting the community are made through careful discussion and consideration of multiple perspectives, with particular attention paid to maintaining the harmony and balance that makes effective Wuju training possible. Leadership emerges naturally from wisdom and experience rather than being imposed through force or formal appointment. Throughout the seasons, the village celebrates festivals that mark important transitions in the natural year and honor the deeper meanings of Wuju practice. The Spring Awakening ceremony celebrates new beginnings and the renewal of commitment to training. The Summer Solstice gathering honors the peak of yang energy and the importance of active, dynamic practice. The Autumn Harvest Festival recognizes the fruits of patient cultivation and the wisdom that comes from maturity. The Winter Contemplation period emphasizes the yin qualities of stillness, reflection, and preparation for the cycles yet to come. The physical beauty of the village reflects and supports its spiritual purposes. Everywhere you look, you see evidence of the Wuju principle of harmony between human creation and natural law. Buildings are positioned to take advantage of natural breezes for cooling and natural sunlight for warmth. Gardens are designed to support both practical needs and aesthetic pleasure. Pathways follow the natural contours of the land, while creating flowing connections between different areas of activity. Water features throughout the village serve both practical and symbolic purposes. The streams provide fresh water for drinking and irrigation, while also creating opportunities for meditation on the nature of flow and adaptation. Ponds reflect the sky and surrounding landscape while housing fish and water plants that contribute to the village's food supply. Small waterfalls generate negative ions that purify the air, while creating the kind of natural white noise that supports deep meditation and restful sleep. The village's isolation protects it from the conflicts and distractions of the outside world, while never becoming mere escapism. Students understand that their training prepares them to engage more effectively with the challenges of existence, not to hide from them. Many graduates of the village training eventually return to the broader world as teachers, healers, and wisdom keepers, carrying Wuju principles into contexts where they can serve the greater good of all beings. In this hidden valley where ancient wisdom takes concrete form in daily life, where every stone and stream has been touched by generations of dedicated practitioners, a particular young man would soon begin his journey toward becoming the last guardian of everything this sacred place represents. The village that nurtured his growth and shaped his understanding would face challenges that would test every principle it had spent centuries developing. And in that testing, both triumph and tragedy would emerge in measures that no amount of training could fully prepare for. As we conclude our exploration of this sacred village, where the art of Wuju flourished in perfect harmony with the natural world, we can almost hear the echoes of ancient practices still resonating through the valley, still calling to those who seek the profound peace that comes from living in complete alignment with universal truth. In our own lives, where do we find or create the sacred spaces that allow our deepest wisdom to flourish? And what would we be willing to sacrifice to protect such places from the chaos of an unbalanced world? Chapter Dre, Young Yi's Training. In the gentle hours before dawn, when the village of Wuju still slumbers beneath blankets of silver mist, and the first birds begin their tentative songs to greet the coming day, a small figure moves through the empty practice grounds with determination that belies his tender years. This is Yi, barely 8 summers old, already drawn to the sacred art that flows through his village like water through ancient channels. Tonight, let us follow this remarkable child as he begins the journey that will transform him from an eager student into the last guardian of a dying tradition. Picture young Yi as he appears in those earliest days of formal training. A slight boy with dark hair that refuses to stay properly arranged, no matter how often his mother smooths it down, eyes that hold depths unusual for one so young, and movements that already hint at the extraordinary grace that will one day make him legendary. He possesses that quality that master teachers recognize immediately, the hunger for learning that goes beyond mere curiosity, the willingness to embrace difficulty as a pathway to growth, rather than an obstacle to be avoided. His introduction to formal Wuju training begins, as it does for all village children, with the ceremony of first steps. On the morning of his 8th birthday, Yi joins a small group of other children his age in the great dojo, where Master Doran, the village's most senior instructor, will evaluate their readiness for the path ahead. The ceremony is simple but profound, designed not to intimidate, but to help each child understand the seriousness of the commitment they are about to make. Master Doran, his beard white as fresh snow, and his movements so fluid they seem to bend the very air around him, asks each child to demonstrate their natural movement patterns. Yi watches as his companions attempt various simple exercises, standing on one foot, walking in straight lines, reaching for objects placed at different heights. When his turn comes, something extraordinary happens. The boy doesn't simply complete the requested movements, he transforms them, finding flows and rhythms that were not specifically taught, discovering connections between actions that even Master Doran had not anticipated. The master's eyes widen slightly, the only outward sign of his surprise, as Yi moves through the basic exercises with an intuitive understanding of balance and timing that typically takes years to develop. It is not that the boy is showing off or trying to impress, rather he seems unable to move in any way that is not naturally graceful, as if the principles of Wuju were already written into his bones and sinews before formal training ever began. Following the evaluation, the children are assigned to different training groups based on their demonstrated aptitude and learning style. Most join the Morning Blossoms, the standard beginning group where foundational skills are taught through games and gentle exercises over the course of several years. A few are placed in the Swift Current group for those who show particular promise, and can handle more intensive instruction. But Yi receives an assignment that has not been given in over a decade. He is invited to train directly with Master Doran himself, in the ancient tradition reserved for those rare students who display the potential to carry the deepest secrets of the art. The training begins before dawn each day, when the practice grounds are empty, except for teacher and student. Master Doran starts with the most fundamental elements of Wuju, breathing, standing, and the cultivation of inner stillness. To an outside observer, these sessions might appear boring or even pointless, consisting of long periods where Yi simply stands in various positions while focusing on his breath and the subtle sensations within his body. But Master Doran understands that all advanced technique grows from these roots, that a foundation built with patience and precision will support whatever heights the student eventually achieves. Yi approaches these basic exercises with the same intensity that other children bring to their favorite games. He stands for hours in the horse stance, feeling his legs burn and shake while maintaining perfect posture and steady breathing. He practices the crane position until he can balance on one foot for the entire duration of a burning incense stick. He learns to breathe so deeply and rhythmically that his heartbeat synchronizes with the natural rhythms of the earth itself. From the beginning, Master Doran notices something unusual about his young student's approach to learning. Most children, no matter how talented, must be guided step by step through each element of training, with frequent reminders about proper form and technique. But Yi seems to absorb instruction on multiple levels simultaneously, grasping not only the physical mechanics of each exercise, but also its underlying purpose and its relationship to the broader principles of Wuju philosophy. When Master Doran demonstrates the basic walking meditation, showing how each step can become an act of mindful awareness, Yi immediately understands that the exercise is not simply about moving from one place to another, but about cultivating presence and intentionality in every moment of existence. When they practice the fundamental breathing patterns, Yi grasps intuitively how the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation can be used to calm the mind, energize the body, or prepare for more advanced techniques. As the weeks pass, Master Doran begins introducing the classical forms, choreographed sequences of movements that encode the essential techniques and principles of Wuju in patterns that can be practiced solo. The first form, known as Greeting the Dawn, consists of 18 flowing movements that mirror the sun's journey from horizon to zenith. Most students require months to memorize the sequence and years to perform it with any real skill, but Yi masters the external pattern in days and begins exploring its deeper meanings almost immediately. Watching Yi practice the forms is like observing poetry written in motion. His small body becomes a brush painting characters in the air, each gesture flowing naturally into the next, the entire sequence unified by an underlying rhythm that seems to emerge from his very essence rather than being imposed from outside. Master Doran finds himself making fewer and fewer corrections, instead simply watching in wonder as his student discovers subtleties in the forms that even advanced practitioners often miss. The boy's natural gifts become even more apparent when Master Doran introduces partner exercises. Pairing Yi with students several years older, the master expects to see the typical awkwardness of a beginner trying to apply newly learned techniques against more experienced opponents. Instead, Yi demonstrates an almost supernatural ability to read his partner's intentions, responding to attacks before they are fully formed, finding openings that exist for only split seconds, neutralizing aggression through redirection rather than resistance. During one memorable session, Yi faces a student 5 years his senior, a boy named Kale, who has been training since early childhood and possesses considerable skill in the intermediate techniques. The exercise calls for Kale to perform a series of predetermined attacks while Yi practices defensive responses. But as the sparring progresses, something magical happens. Yi begins anticipating Kale's movements so precisely that he seems to be responding to attacks that haven't yet been launched. His counters flow so naturally from his defenses that the boundary between technique and counter-technique dissolves completely. Master Doran watches in amazement as his 8-year-old student guides the 15-year-old Kale through a dance of action and response that demonstrates principles usually reserved for advanced masters. Yi is not dominating or defeating his partner, rather he is creating a harmony of movement that elevates both participants, turning what could have been a competitive encounter into a collaborative exploration of Wuju's deepest possibilities. Word of Yi's extraordinary abilities spreads quietly through the village, not as gossip or sensation, but as the kind of respectful recognition that greets any manifestation of genuine excellence. Other masters begin observing his training sessions, not to interfere or offer advice, but simply to witness something remarkable taking place. They see in this young boy not just talent but the possibility of Wuju reaching new heights of expression through a practitioner whose natural gifts align perfectly with the art's most profound aspirations. As Yi's first year of formal training progresses, Master Doran introduces him to the 7 lenses of insight, the philosophical framework that underlies all advanced Wuju practice. Most students encounter these concepts gradually over many years, starting with the more accessible ideas and slowly working toward the more abstract and challenging principles. But Yi seems ready to engage with all 7 lenses simultaneously, approaching each one with the fresh perspective of a child combined with the intuitive wisdom of an old soul. The mirror of self, which teaches perfect self-awareness, becomes for Yi not an arduous process of self-examination, but a natural state of being. He observes his own thoughts, emotions, and reactions with the same clear attention he brings to watching clouds drift across the sky or water flow around stones in a stream. There is no self-judgment in his self-awareness, no attempt to force himself to be other than what he is, but rather a compassionate acceptance that creates the foundation for genuine growth and change. The flow of time reveals itself to Yi through his natural ability to perceive the connections between moments, to see how each present action contains the seeds of future consequences. During sparring sessions, he seems to move not just in response to what is happening, but in anticipation of what must inevitably follow, positioning himself for opportunities that won't manifest for several exchanges yet. The harmony of elements manifests in Yi's movement quality, which seems to shift fluidly between the characteristics of earth, water, fire, air, and spirit as the situation demands. In one moment he is solid and immovable as mountain stone, in the next flowing and adaptive as river water, then sudden and explosive as lightning, then light and evasive as wind, and finally transcendent and seemingly untouchable as pure spirit. Master Doran begins to understand that he is not simply teaching a gifted student, but nurturing a once-in-a-generation talent, someone who has the potential to advance the art of Wuju itself through the depth and purity of his practice. This realization brings both joy and responsibility, for such students require not just instruction, but careful guidance to ensure that their gifts serve the highest purposes rather than being corrupted by pride or misdirected by ambition. The master introduces Yi to advanced breathing techniques years ahead of the normal curriculum, teaching him how to cultivate and circulate internal energy in ways that most students don't learn until their late teens. The boy grasps these practices immediately, as if he were remembering rather than learning them for the first time. His energy work becomes so refined that other students can feel the change in atmosphere when he enters a room in deep meditative states. As Yi approaches his 9th birthday, Master Doran makes an unprecedented decision. He begins teaching the boy techniques from the inner circle, secret practices reserved for only the most advanced students, and usually not shared until after at least a decade of preliminary training. These include methods for enhancing perception beyond normal human limits, for moving so quickly that the eye cannot track the motion, and for striking with precision that can disable without permanently harming. The decision proves wise. Yi not only masters these advanced techniques but begins developing variations and innovations that surprise even his teacher. He discovers ways to combine movements from different forms that create entirely new possibilities for expression. He develops training methods that accelerate his own learning while maintaining the depth and thoroughness that Wuju demands. Most remarkably, He begins demonstrating flashes of the legendary Alpha Strike, the ultimate Wuju technique that most masters consider more mythical than real. During one training session, as Master Doran demonstrates a complex sequence involving multiple opponents, Yi asks if he might attempt something he has been contemplating. With his teacher's permission, the boy positions himself at the center of the practice area, while several older students arrange themselves in a circle around him. When Master Doran gives the signal, all the students attack simultaneously from different angles. What happens next becomes the stuff of village legend. Yi seems to disappear and reappear multiple times in rapid succession, somehow intercepting each attack at precisely the right moment, while positioning himself for the next interception. To the observers, it appears that multiple versions of Yi are moving independently, each one perfectly placed to neutralize a different threat. The entire sequence lasts only seconds, but when it ends, all the attacking students find themselves gently but firmly immobilized while Yi stands calmly at the center, breathing normally and showing no signs of exertion. Master Doran stares in silence for long moments, recognizing that he has just witnessed something unprecedented in his 60 years of Wuju practice. The boy has not simply performed an advanced technique, he has spontaneously manifested the theoretical limit of what Wuju masters believe possible, demonstrating movements so swift and precise that it transcends normal perception while maintaining perfect control and restraint. As Yi's reputation grows within the village, he remains remarkably unchanged by the attention and praise. He continues to approach each day's training with the same humble eagerness he showed as a beginner, treating each lesson as a gift and each opportunity to practice as a privilege. His relationship with his fellow students is characterized by generosity and encouragement rather than competition or superiority, and his interactions with the masters reflect deep respect without the fearful deference that sometimes accompanies exceptional ability. The boy's presence begins to elevate the entire training environment. Other students find themselves inspired to greater effort and deeper commitment, not because Yi makes them feel inadequate, but because his example demonstrates what becomes possible when talent combines with dedication and pure intention. Masters discover that teaching sessions become more profound and meaningful when Yi is present, his questions and insights pushing everyone toward clearer understanding and more refined practice. As we conclude our exploration of young Yi's remarkable early training, we can see the foundations being laid for something extraordinary, not just individual mastery, but the potential for Wuju itself to reach new heights of expression through a practitioner whose gifts seem perfectly matched to the art's deepest possibilities. In this hidden valley where ancient wisdom takes living form, a boy is growing into something unprecedented, carrying within himself the seeds of both the art's greatest triumph and its most devastating loss. In our own journey of learning and growth, what would it mean to approach each day's practice with the same pure eagerness and humble dedication that young Yi brought to his training, regardless of our natural talents or the recognition we receive? Chapter 4. The 7 Lenses of Insight. In the highest chamber of the great dojo, where ancient scrolls line walls of polished cedar and morning light filters through windows, positioned to capture the first rays of dawn, young Yi sits in perfect stillness as Master Doran prepares to share the deepest secrets of Wuju wisdom. The 7 Lenses of Insight, philosophical frameworks that transform mere physical technique into transcendent art, have been passed down through countless generations, each master adding their understanding to a body of knowledge that bridges the gap between human limitation and infinite possibility. Tonight, let us witness this sacred transmission of wisdom and explore how these profound teachings will shape the boy who will one day become the last guardian of his people's greatest treasure. Picture this moment as it unfolds in the sacred quiet of early morning, when the world exists in that precious space between sleeping and waking. Yi, now in his 2nd year of intensive training, has demonstrated readiness for these advanced teachings through his extraordinary progress and the depth of insight he brings to every aspect of his practice. Master Doran, recognizing that conventional timelines mean nothing when teaching a student of such exceptional gifts, has decided that the boy is prepared to receive the wisdom that typically takes decades to fully understand. The first lens, the mirror of self, rests in Master Doran's weathered hands as he begins the teaching. This is not a physical mirror, but rather a polished disc of black stone, so perfectly smooth that it reflects images with startling clarity, while simultaneously seeming to absorb light into its depths. As Yi gazes into its surface, Master Doran explains that this lens represents the most fundamental requirement of all advanced practice, the ability to see oneself with perfect honesty and clarity. True mastery begins with true seeing, Master Doran says, his voice carrying the weight of decades spent exploring these profound concepts. Before you can hope to understand an opponent, before you can perceive the flow of energy around you, before you can move in harmony with universal principles, you must first see yourself exactly as you are, not as you wish to be, not as others see you, but as you truly exist in this moment. As Yi contemplates the mirror of self, Master Doran guides him through exercises designed to develop this crucial ability. The boy learns to observe his own thoughts without trying to change them, to notice his emotional reactions without being swept away by them, to feel the subtle tensions and flows of energy within his body without attempting to force or manipulate them. This is not the self-criticism that many mistake for self-awareness, but rather a compassionate scientific observation of the self as a complex, ever-changing system. Through weeks of practice with the first lens, Yi discovers layers of self-knowledge that surprise and sometimes challenge him. He notices how his movements change when he feels observed versus when he practices alone. He becomes aware of the subtle pride that arises when his techniques are praised, and the equally subtle defensiveness that emerges when corrections are offered. Most importantly, he learns to see these reactions not as flaws to be eliminated, but as aspects of his humanity to be understood and integrated into his practice. The second lens, the flow of time, appears as a spiral carved from crystal that seems to bend light in impossible ways, creating the illusion of movement even when held perfectly still. Master Doran explains that this lens teaches the practitioner to perceive the connections between past, present, and future, not as separate moments, but as parts of a continuous stream of causation and consequence. Every action contains the seeds of all future actions, the master instructs as Yi examines the crystal spiral. Every moment emerges from the accumulated choices of all previous moments. A true Wuju master learns to see these connections, to move not just in response to what is happening but in anticipation of what must inevitably follow. Through training with the flow of time, Yi develops what seems like supernatural anticipation. During sparring sessions, he begins responding to attacks before his opponents have fully committed to them, not through guesswork, but through deep perception of the subtle signs that precede all action. He learns to read the tension in a shoulder that indicates an incoming strike, the shift in breathing that precedes a change in strategy, the barely perceptible change in stance that reveals intended movement. More profoundly, Yi begins to understand how his own actions ripple forward through time, affecting not just immediate outcomes, but creating conditions that will influence events far in the future. This awareness brings with it a deep sense of responsibility, as he realizes that every choice he makes contributes to the larger pattern of existence in ways that may not become apparent for years or even decades. The third lens manifests as the harmony of elements, 5 intricately carved pieces that can be arranged in countless combinations, each representing one of the fundamental forces that shape all existence: earth, solid and enduring; water, fluid and adaptive; fire, passionate and transformative; air, light and free; and spirit, transcendent and eternal. Master Doran demonstrates how a master practitioner learns to embody each element as circumstances require, shifting fluidly between different qualities of being. "Watch," Master Doran says, and suddenly his entire presence seems to change. His stance becomes broader, his movements slower and more deliberate, his very presence radiating the unshakable stability of mountain stone. This is earth, immovable defense, patient endurance, strength that cannot be overwhelmed. Then, without apparent transition, he flows into water. Movements that bend around obstacles, find the path of least resistance, adapt to any container while maintaining essential nature. Yi watches in fascination as his teacher demonstrates fire, explosive bursts of movement, techniques that consume opposition through pure intensity, the passionate commitment that burns away all hesitation. Then comes air, lightness that seems to defy gravity, evasions so swift they appear like disappearance, presence that is felt but cannot be grasped. Finally, spirit, movements that seem to originate from somewhere beyond the physical body, techniques that touch the opponent's essence rather than just their form. Learning to embody the elements becomes one of Yi's favorite aspects of training. His natural gifts allow him to shift between these different qualities with remarkable ease, but Master Doran teaches him that true mastery lies not in the ability to access each element individually, but in learning to blend them seamlessly according to the needs of each moment. A defensive technique might combine the stability of earth with the adaptability of water. An offensive move might merge the intensity of fire with the precision of air, while being guided by the wisdom of spirit. The fourth lens, the web of connection, appears as an intricate network of silver threads that seem to extend beyond the visible boundaries of the teaching chamber. Master Doran explains that this lens reveals the fundamental interconnectedness of all existence, how every being, every action, every thought influences and is influenced by everything else through invisible networks of energy and consequence. Nothing exists in isolation, Master Doran teaches as Yi traces the delicate patterns of the web. The butterfly's wing affects the storm, the falling leaf changes the river's course, the sincere prayer of a child touches the hearts of distant strangers. A Wuju master learns to perceive these connections and to work with them rather than against them. Through training with the web of connection, Yi develops sensitivity to the subtle energies that flow between all living beings. He learns to feel the emotional states of his sparring partners, to sense the intentions of his teachers before they speak, to perceive the collective mood of the village as it shifts with seasons and events. More practically, he begins to understand how an opponent's strength can become their weakness when properly redirected, how their aggression can be transformed into the energy for their own defeat. The fifth lens manifests as the cycle of change, a circular arrangement of symbols that transform into each other when viewed from different angles, representing the eternal dance of transformation that characterizes all existence. Master Doran uses this lens to teach Yi about the fundamental principle that everything in existence is in constant flux, constantly transforming from one state to another in endless cycles of death and rebirth, expansion and contraction, manifestation and dissolution. Victory becomes defeat, strength becomes weakness, certainty becomes doubt. Master Doran explains, as the symbols shift and change before Yi's eyes. But defeat also becomes victory, weakness becomes strength, doubt becomes deeper wisdom. The master learns to flow with these changes rather than resist them, to find opportunity in every transformation, stability in the midst of constant flux. This lens proves particularly challenging for Yi, as his young mind naturally seeks permanent solutions and lasting achievements. Master Doran guides him through meditations on impermanence, helping him understand that even his extraordinary abilities are temporary conditions subject to the same laws of change that govern everything else. This understanding, rather than discouraging the boy, actually deepens his appreciation for the present moment and intensifies his commitment to making the most of whatever time and opportunity he has been given. The sixth lens, the unity of opposites, appears as a sphere that seems to contain contradictory elements in perfect balance, light and shadow, motion and stillness, strength and gentleness existing simultaneously without conflict. Master Doran explains that this lens teaches the most sophisticated principle in all of Wuju philosophy, the recognition that apparent contradictions are actually complementary aspects of a greater whole. To be truly strong, one must understand weakness. Master Doran instructs as Yi contemplates the impossible sphere. To move with perfect swiftness, one must master absolute stillness. to strike with devastating power, one must first cultivate infinite gentleness. The advanced practitioner learns to embody both sides of every duality simultaneously, to be yielding and unyielding, present and absent, aggressive and passive as the situation demands. This teaching revolutionizes Yi's understanding of technique and strategy. He begins to incorporate apparent contradictions into his practice, learning to strike with force that is simultaneously gentle, to move with speed that contains perfect stillness, to defend with aggression and attack with compassion. His sparring becomes more subtle and sophisticated as he learns to present multiple possibilities simultaneously, keeping opponents guessing which aspect of his nature will manifest in any given moment. The seventh and final lens, the gate of transcendence, appears as an archway that seems to lead into infinite space, its boundaries shifting and changing as if it were made of crystallized possibility rather than solid matter. Master Doran approaches this final teaching with particular reverence, explaining that it represents the ultimate goal of all Wuju practice, the moment when technique transcends technique, when the practitioner becomes one with the art itself. In the deepest states of mastery, Master Doran explains, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, there is no longer a person performing movements. There is only the movement itself, expressing through human form, but originating from the cosmic source of all action. This is the Alpha Strike in its truest meaning, not simply a physical technique, but a state of being where individual will dissolves into universal will. Yi's work with the Gate of Transcendence takes place in the deepest states of meditation and the most advanced forms of practice. He learns to release his sense of personal control and allow techniques to flow through him rather than from him. During these transcendent moments, his movements take on qualities that seem to violate normal physical laws, appearing in multiple places simultaneously, striking with force that cannot be measured, moving with speed that exists outside normal time. Master Doran watches these demonstrations with a mixture of wonder and concern, recognizing that his student is approaching levels of mastery that few practitioners in history have achieved, and doing so at an age when most students are still learning basic forms. The boy's progress through the 7 lenses of insight surpasses every precedent, suggesting that he may be destined for something beyond ordinary mastery. As Yi integrates the teachings of all 7 lenses into his daily practice, his abilities reach levels that border on the mythical. He can perceive the intentions of multiple opponents simultaneously while maintaining perfect awareness of his own state. He shifts fluidly between different elemental qualities while embodying contradictory aspects with perfect balance. He moves in harmony with the flow of time while maintaining centeredness in the eternal present. Most remarkably, he begins accessing states of transcendence where individual technique dissolves into pure expression of universal principles. The other students in the village watch Yi's demonstrations with awe and inspiration rather than envy or intimidation. His mastery has become so refined and purposeful that it elevates everyone around him, creating an atmosphere where the impossible seems merely challenging and the miraculous feels accessible to anyone willing to commit themselves fully to the path. Master Doran realizes that he is witnessing something unprecedented in the history of Wuju, not just exceptional individual talent, but the potential for the art itself to evolve to new levels of expression through a practitioner whose natural gifts perfectly align with its deepest principles. The boy has become a living embodiment of the 7 lenses of insight, demonstrating their integration so completely that the boundaries between philosophy and technique have dissolved entirely. As we conclude our exploration of these profound teachings that transformed young Yi from a gifted student into something approaching a Wuju legend, we can feel the weight of wisdom accumulated over countless generations and the responsibility that comes with receiving such precious knowledge. The 7 lenses of insight represent humanity's deepest understanding of the principles that govern effective action in harmony with universal law. In our own journey toward mastery, whether in martial arts, creative expression, or simply the art of living wisely, how might we cultivate the kind of integrated understanding that allows technique to transcend itself and become a pure expression of our deepest wisdom and highest intentions. Chapter 5. The Noxian Invasion. The first signs of change arrived not as dramatic proclamations or obvious threats, but as subtle shifts in the natural rhythms that had governed Ionia for countless generations. Birds altered their migration patterns, flying in formations that spoke of disturbance beyond the southern horizon. Merchants from distant provinces brought stories that seemed too dark to believe, tales of entire forests withering under unnatural blight, of ancient spirits fleeing their sacred groves, of a creeping wrongness that spread like shadow across the land. Tonight, let us explore how the harmony of ages began to fracture, and how the distant thunder of Noxian war drums would eventually reach even the hidden sanctuary where young Yi continued his training in arts that seemed removed from worldly concerns. Picture the village of Wuju as it existed in those final years of peace, when the greatest worry in any given day might be whether the spring rains would arrive on schedule or if the cherry blossoms would bloom with their usual abundance. Yi, now 13, and already demonstrating mastery that surpassed many lifelong practitioners, moved through his daily training with the fluid grace that had become his signature. Master Doran watched his extraordinary student with the mixture of pride and foreboding that comes to teachers who realize they are nurturing something that may soon outgrow their ability to protect or guide. The isolation that had long protected the village from outside conflicts also meant that news of distant events arrived slowly, filtered through layers of distance and interpretation, until urgent realities became almost mythical in their remoteness. When refugees first began appearing in the borderlands of Ionia, carrying stories of Noxian expansion and conquest, the masters of Wuju received these reports with the same philosophical detachment they brought to all worldly matters. Wars had come and gone throughout history. Empires had risen and fallen, but the eternal principles of their art remained unchanged. Master Doran gathered the senior students one evening as autumn painted the valley in shades of gold and crimson, the beauty of the season creating a poignant contrast to the darkness of his words. "The world beyond our mountains grows troubled," he said, his voice carrying the weight of reluctant acceptance. "Reports reach us of an empire that seeks to impose its will upon all nations, that views conquest not as necessary evil but as sacred duty. This empire calls itself Noxus, and its armies move like a plague across distant lands." Yi listened with the intense focus he brought to all teachings, but the words seemed to describe events from another world entirely. How could distant armies threaten a valley where the greatest violence was the gentle correction of improper technique? How could political ambitions reach into a place where the only authority was wisdom earned through patient practice? The boy's understanding of conflict was limited to the elegant exchanges of sparring sessions, where opponents sought to help each other grow rather than to dominate or destroy. As winter settled over the mountains, more disturbing news filtered through the usual channels of communication. Noxian forces had crossed the borders of Ionia, not as raiders seeking quick plunder, but as conquerors intent on permanent occupation. Their methods were systematic and brutal, designed to break not just military resistance, but the very spirit of the people they encountered. Ancient temples were desecrated, sacred groves were burned, and traditional ways of life were outlawed in favor of Noxian customs and values. The philosophy driving this invasion went far beyond simple territorial expansion. Noxus represented a worldview that valued strength above wisdom, conquest above harmony, dominance above balance. Where Ionians saw the natural world as a partner to be understood and honored, Noxians saw resources to be exploited. Where Ionian culture celebrated the cultivation of inner peace and spiritual development, Noxian society glorified external power and material accumulation. Master Doran began incorporating discussions of these philosophical differences into the evening teachings, helping his students understand that they were witnessing not just a military conflict, but a clash between fundamentally incompatible ways of understanding existence itself. "They do not simply seek our land," he explained as snow fell softly beyond the windows of the great dojo. "They seek to remake our very souls in their image. to transform us from seekers of harmony into servants of hierarchy. The spring of Yi's 14th year brought refugees directly to the borders of their hidden valley. These were not the distant rumors and second-hand reports of previous seasons, but actual people fleeing the advancing Noxian war machine. Farmers whose fields had been poisoned, artisans whose workshops had been destroyed, monks whose monasteries had been converted into military outposts. Their stories painted a picture of systematic cultural destruction that went far beyond traditional warfare. Yi encountered his first refugees while practicing his morning forms in a clearing near the valley's edge. He had been working through an advanced sequence that required absolute concentration, his movements flowing like water given human shape, when the sound of weeping broke through his meditative focus. Following the sound, he discovered a family of 5, parents, grandparents, and a child younger than himself, huddled in the shelter of an overhanging rock, their clothing torn and stained with mud and worse things. The old grandfather, his face marked by lines that spoke of both age and recent suffering, looked up at Yi with eyes that had seen too much. "Young master," he whispered, recognizing the boy's bearing and the quality of his clothes as indicators of martial training. "We seek sanctuary from the demons that wear human faces. They have taken everything. Our home, our livelihood, our hope. All we have left are our lives, and those hang by threads thinner than spider silk." Yi helped the family reach the village, where they were received with the compassion and hospitality that had always characterized the Wuju community. But their arrival marked the end of isolation, the moment when the distant war became an immediate reality that could no longer be ignored or philosophized away. More refugees followed in the days and weeks that came, each group bringing fresh tales of Noxian brutality and systematic oppression. The stories they told revealed the true scope of what Ionia faced. This was not a conventional invasion aimed at capturing territory or extracting tribute, but a comprehensive campaign of cultural annihilation. Noxian commanders issued decrees banning traditional Ionian practices, outlawing the worship of local spirits, requiring the adoption of Noxian language and customs. Children were separated from their families and placed in re-education centers where they learned to despise their heritage and embrace their conquerors' values. Perhaps most disturbing were the reports of how Noxian forces dealt with martial artists and spiritual teachers. These were not simply defeated in battle and then ignored. They were specifically targeted for elimination or conversion. Noxian doctrine viewed independent sources of wisdom and strength as threats to their authority that had to be either co-opted or destroyed. Masters who refused to serve the new regime were publicly executed as examples to others. Master Doran convened the circle of elders, the senior masters who guided the village's major decisions, to consider how they should respond to this growing threat. The discussions that followed revealed philosophical tensions that had long remained beneath the surface of village life. Some argued for complete withdrawal, suggesting that they could seal their valley entirely and wait for the storm to pass. Others proposed selective engagement, offering to train Ionian resistance fighters while maintaining the secrecy of their location. A few voices, mostly from younger masters who had grown up hearing stories of Wuju's legendary warriors, argued for direct action. They pointed out that their art had originally developed not as mere philosophical exercise, but as a practical means of defending the innocent and preserving justice. If ever there was a time when such defense was needed, surely it was now, when everything they valued stood in mortal peril. He found himself torn between conflicting impulses as he listened to these debates. His training had emphasized the cultivation of inner peace and the development of wisdom that transcended worldly concerns, yet the same training had given him abilities that could potentially protect those who had no means of protecting themselves. Was it selfish to remain focused on personal development while others suffered? Was it foolish to risk everything they had built in pursuit of impossible victories against overwhelming odds? The decision, when it finally came, reflected the complexity of their situation and the wisdom of masters who had spent lifetimes learning to navigate difficult choices. The village would not actively seek conflict, But neither would it turn away those who sought their help. They would continue to accept refugees and provide sanctuary to any who could reach their hidden valley. They would share their knowledge with selected individuals who demonstrated both the character and the need to use such teachings responsibly. Most controversially, they would allow individual masters and advanced students to leave the village if they felt called to join the broader resistance movement. This was not encouragement or endorsement of such choices, but recognition that true Wuju practice must ultimately honor the authentic impulses of each practitioner's heart. Some paths led deeper into contemplative withdrawal, others led toward active engagement with worldly affairs. Both could serve the ultimate goal of harmony, though through very different means. As summer progressed, the war drew steadily closer to their mountain refuge. Smoke could be seen on the horizon during clear days, and the night sky sometimes glowed with the light of distant fires. The streams that fed their valley began carrying debris and sometimes worse things, clear signs that the destruction had reached watersheds they shared with the surrounding regions. Master Doran made the difficult decision to begin preparing his most advanced students for the possibility that their sanctuary might not remain inviolate indefinitely. This preparation took multiple forms: intensive training in concealment and evasion techniques, instruction in methods for preserving and hiding crucial teachings, and most painfully, discussions of how to continue the Wuju tradition even if the original community was scattered or destroyed. Yi's training during this period took on new urgency and focus. Master Doran began sharing techniques and knowledge that he had planned to introduce gradually over many more years, recognizing that time might not permit the usual leisurely pace of instruction. The boy's extraordinary abilities allowed him to absorb and integrate these advanced teachings with the same remarkable speed he had shown throughout his education, but the emotional weight of their implications was harder to process. For the first time in his life, Yi was forced to contemplate the possibility that everything he had known and loved might disappear. The village that had shaped his understanding of what human community could be, the masters who had guided his development from childhood, the traditions that connected him to countless generations of wisdom seekers, all of this could be swept away by forces that neither understood nor cared about its value. The autumn brought the war to their very borders. Noxian scouting parties began appearing in the outer reaches of their territory, probing for hidden resources and potential threats. The village's traditional invisibility to casual observation provided some protection, but trained military scouts using systematic search patterns posed a different level of challenge entirely. Several tense encounters between village patrols and Noxian scouts resulted in the need for more direct action than the community had seen in generations. Yi participated in his first real combat operations, not the elegant exchanges of training sessions, but desperate life-or-death struggles, where failure meant not just personal defeat, but the exposure of everyone he cared about to unthinkable consequences. These encounters revealed that even Noxian regular troops were formidable opponents when faced individually, possessing training, equipment, and tactical doctrine that had been refined through years of successful conquest. When operating in coordinated groups, they represented a level of threat that required everything the Wuju masters could bring to bear, and more besides. Winter's approach brought a temporary lull in Noxian activities, as their forces consolidated gains and prepared for spring campaigns. But this respite also brought the most chilling intelligence yet: reports that Noxian commanders had begun actively hunting for hidden martial arts communities, recognizing them as potential sources of resistance leadership. Spies and infiltrators were being deployed specifically to locate and mark such communities for elimination. As the first snows began to fall, Master Doran called Yi aside for a private conversation that would prove to be one of their last. The old master's face carried the weight of decisions that no teacher should have to make. "The time approaches," he said quietly, "when you will need to choose what kind of man you wish to become, and what kind of legacy you wish to leave behind." The boy looked up at his beloved teacher, with eyes that had already seen too much of the world's capacity for cruelty, yet still held the fierce determination that had characterized his approach to every challenge. "I know, Master," he replied. I understand what may be required of me. As we conclude our exploration of how the Noxian invasion transformed the world that had nurtured young Yi's extraordinary development, we can feel the weight of approaching tragedy, the sense that forces beyond any individual's control were converging toward a moment that would test everything the village had built and believed. The harmony of ages was cracking under pressures it had never been designed to withstand. When the foundations of our peaceful world begin to shake, how do we choose between preserving what we love through withdrawal and protecting what we value through engagement, knowing that either choice carries the risk of losing everything we hold most dear? Chapter 6. The Massacre at Wuju. On a morning when cherry blossoms should have been preparing for their annual awakening, and the streams should have sung with the promise of spring's return, a different kind of dawn broke over the hidden valley that had known peace for countless generations. The attack came not with the thunderous advance of conventional armies, but with the calculated precision of hunters who had studied their prey with methodical patience. Tonight, let us bear witness to the day when harmony shattered, like crystal struck by iron, when the sanctuary of Wuju faced the ultimate test of everything it had built and believed, and when young Yi learned that even the most perfect preparation cannot shield us from the brutal realities of a world at war. Picture that final morning as it began, with Yi rising before dawn for what would unknowingly be his last practice session in the place that had shaped every aspect of his being. The familiar weight of his wooden sword felt comforting in his hands as he moved through the forms that had become as natural as breathing, his movements creating ripples in the morning mist that clung to the practice grounds like ghostly observers. At 15, he had achieved a level of mastery that bordered on the legendary, yet he approached each day's training with the same humble dedication that had characterized his journey from the very beginning. Master Doran watched from the shadows of the great dojo, his aged eyes taking in every detail of his student's practice with the intensity of someone trying to memorize a precious moment before it slips away forever. The old master had been sleeping poorly for weeks, troubled by dreams that felt more like warnings than mere phantoms of unconscious worry. In his deepest meditations, he sensed a disturbance approaching their valley, not the random chaos of natural disaster, but something deliberately crafted, purposefully directed toward their destruction. The attack began at precisely the moment when the village was most vulnerable. During the morning meditation, when all residents gathered in peaceful silence, their awareness turned inward toward contemplation rather than outward toward defense. This timing was not coincidental, but represented the culmination of months of careful observation and planning by Noxian intelligence operatives who had studied their target with the same systematic thoroughness they brought to every conquest. Yi was completing the final movements of the ascending phoenix kata when the first explosions shattered the morning stillness. These were not the clean, precise techniques of honorable combat, but something far more devastating, alchemical weapons that filled the air with toxic clouds, while setting wooden structures ablaze with fires that burned too hot and spread too quickly to be natural. The familiar sounds of his world, bird songs, flowing water, the gentle rustle of wind through bamboo, were instantly overwhelmed by the harsh cacophony of war. From concealed positions throughout the valley's perimeter, Noxian soldiers emerged like deadly shadows, their movements coordinated by signals that spoke of extensive planning and rehearsal. These were not regular troops but specialists, trained specifically for operations against high-value targets, men and women whose skills had been honed through years of eliminating threats to the Empire's expansion. They moved with the cold efficiency of predators who had studied their prey thoroughly and knew exactly how to exploit every weakness. The village's defensive measures, carefully prepared over the months since the invasion began, activated with the smooth precision that characterized all Wuju endeavors. Masters who had spent decades cultivating inner peace, transformed in moments into guardians whose abilities seemed to violate the normal laws of physics. Yet for all their skill and preparation, they faced an enemy that had anticipated their capabilities and devised specific countermeasures for the legendary techniques they might encounter. Master Doran appeared beside Yi in that impossible way that advanced practitioners could manifest when circumstances demanded ultimate speed, His usually gentle features hardened into the focused intensity of a guardian facing his greatest test. "The sanctuary is lost," he said with the terrible clarity that comes when all illusions fall away at once. "Everything we have built here will fall to flame and steel before this day ends. But the knowledge, the wisdom, the true essence of what we represent, this can still survive if we act with perfect purpose." Around them, the valley erupted into a nightmare of coordinated destruction. Noxian soldiers advanced in disciplined formations, while alchemical weapons continued to rain down from concealed positions, creating a multi-layered assault that overwhelmed traditional defensive strategies. The attackers had studied Wuju techniques extensively, developing tactics specifically designed to counter the flowing adaptive combat style that had made individual masters nearly invincible in conventional encounters. Yi watched in horror as masters who had seemed godlike in their abilities fell before waves of attackers who fought not with honor or skill, but with the brutal pragmatism of those who viewed victory as the only measure of worth. These were not duels between warriors, but systematic elimination operations where overwhelming force was applied without hesitation or mercy. The elegant techniques that had taken lifetimes to perfect proved inadequate against enemies who felt no compunction about using poison, explosives, and coordinated group tactics. The great dojo, symbol of everything the village represented, became the focal point of both attack and defense. Its ancient walls, which had witnessed countless moments of transcendence and wisdom, now echoed with the sounds of battle as the remaining masters made their final stand. Master Doran led this desperate defense with the calm determination of someone who understood that they were fighting not for victory, but for time. Precious moments that might allow essential knowledge to escape the destruction. Yi found himself at the center of combat, unlike anything his training had prepared him for. His extraordinary abilities, developed through years of patient cultivation, proved devastatingly effective against individual opponents, but the Noxians had come prepared for exceptional practitioners. They fought in coordinated groups, using tactics that neutralized individual skill through overwhelming numbers and systematic application of force. The boy's movements became something beyond normal human capability as he drew upon reserves of skill and power that he had never needed to access before. He seemed to exist in multiple places simultaneously, his wooden sword striking with precision that disabled rather than killed, his presence creating zones of protection around non-combatant villagers who were trying to evacuate. Yet for every enemy he neutralized, 3 more appeared, and the weight of numbers began to tell against even his legendary abilities. Master Doran fought with the terrible beauty of someone expressing a lifetime's worth of accumulated wisdom through pure technique. His movements created streams of force that seemed to bend reality itself, techniques so advanced that they appeared more like magic than martial arts. Yet even his transcendent skill could not overcome the systematic brutality of enemies who had prepared specifically for this encounter, who knew exactly what they were facing and had devised countermeasures accordingly. The turning point came when Noxian alchemists deployed weapons specifically designed to counter the enhanced perception and reflexes that made Wuju masters so formidable. Toxic vapors that clouded both physical sight and spiritual awareness began flooding the battle zones, creating conditions where even the most skilled practitioners found their abilities compromised. The clear awareness that formed the foundation of all advanced technique became muddied and unreliable. As the morning wore on, and the defensive perimeter continued to contract, Master Doran made the most difficult decision of his life. Gathering his remaining strength, he began executing a technique that Yi had heard described only in whispered legends, the final transmission, a method for transferring crucial knowledge directly from master to student in moments when normal teaching methods were impossible. "Everything I know, everything our lineage has preserved, everything that makes Wuju more than mere fighting technique," Master Doran said, as energy began to flow between them in patterns that seemed to illuminate the air itself. "I place within you now, not as burden, but as sacred trust, not as ending, but as beginning." The transmission felt like lightning and sunshine simultaneously flowing through Yi's consciousness, centuries of accumulated wisdom downloading directly into his awareness with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm his young mind. Techniques he had never seen became as familiar as his own heartbeat. Philosophical insights that would normally take decades to understand crystallized into immediate comprehension. The complete heritage of his people flowed into him like a river pouring into a vessel that had been specifically shaped to receive it. But the process demanded everything Master Doran had left to give. As the final elements of knowledge transferred between them, the old master's strength began to fade like morning mist before the rising sun. His eyes, which had looked upon Yi with such pride and affection for so many years, grew distant as his life force poured itself into ensuring the survival of everything he had devoted his existence to preserving. "Remember us," Master Doran whispered as his body began to fail, his voice carrying the weight of final instructions that would shape the rest of Yi's life. "Remember what we stood for, what we believed, what we proved was possible when human beings dedicate themselves to something greater than mere survival. But do not let memory become chains. Let it be wings." The battle raged around them as this sacred moment unfolded, but Yi felt as though he and his beloved teacher existed in a bubble of perfect stillness where only truth could penetrate. He watched the light fade from the eyes that had guided his development from childhood, felt the presence that had been his constant source of wisdom and encouragement slip away into whatever realm awaits those who have completed their earthly purposes. When Master Doran fell, something fundamental changed in the nature of the conflict. The remaining defenders, seeing their greatest leader struck down, began to understand that this was not a battle they could win through conventional means. Some chose to fight to the last breath, selling their lives dearly in service of buying time for others to escape. Others began executing prepared plans for dispersing crucial texts and artifacts to hidden locations where they might survive even if the people who created them did not. Yi found himself alone in the center of devastation that had once been the most beautiful place in his world. Bodies of masters and students lay scattered among the burning ruins of buildings that had stood for centuries. The streams ran red with blood instead of clear mountain water. The gardens where he had learned to move in harmony with nature were trampled and burned, their careful beauty reduced to ash and ruin. The Noxian forces, having achieved their primary objectives, began the systematic destruction of anything that might preserve or transmit the knowledge they had come to eliminate. Scrolls were burned, practice weapons were melted down, even the stones of the practice areas were shattered to prevent any future attempt to rebuild what had been lost. This was not mere conquest, but cultural annihilation, the deliberate erasure of a way of life that had taken millennia to develop. As the attackers prepared to withdraw, confident that they had eliminated another potential source of resistance to their empire's expansion, they failed to notice the young man who knelt motionless among the ruins. His consciousness turned inward as he struggled to process the magnitude of what had just been entrusted to him. Yi remained in that position for hours after the last Noxian soldier had departed, his awareness gradually expanding to encompass the full scope of his loss. Everything he had known and loved was gone. Every person who had shaped his understanding of what human beings could become lay dead among the ashes of their life's work. The village that had been his universe, the traditions that had given meaning to his existence, the community that had made him feel like part of something infinitely larger than himself, all of it had been swept away in a single morning of systematic brutality. Yet within the ruins of his former life, something unprecedented was taking shape. The knowledge that Master Doran had transmitted to him was not merely information, but living wisdom that began to reorganize itself within his consciousness according to patterns that his unique gifts made possible. He was no longer simply an extremely talented student of Wuju technique, but the living repository of everything the art had ever been or aspired to become. As the sun set on the day that had changed everything, Yi rose from his position among the ruins and began the long walk toward whatever future awaited the last practitioner of an art that had just died and been reborn in the same devastating moment. Behind him, the ashes of Wuju village continued to smolder, their smoke rising towards stars that had watched over countless generations of seekers and would now bear witness to whatever emerged from this ultimate test of everything those seekers had believed. The boy who had trained in harmony and peace was gone forever, replaced by someone who carried within himself the weight of preserving a tradition while having witnessed its complete destruction. The question that would define the rest of his existence had crystallized with terrible clarity. How does one honor the memory of transcendent beauty while living in a world that seems determined to destroy anything that threatens its darker impulses? When everything we have built and believed in crumbles before forces we cannot control, how do we transform the ruins of our former certainty into the foundation for whatever wisdom must emerge from the ashes of our innocence? Chapter 7. The Lone Survivor. In the aftermath of devastation, when the last echoes of violence have faded, and only silence remains to fill the spaces where laughter and wisdom once dwelled, a single figure walks through ruins that were once home, carrying within himself the weight of an entire world that no longer exists. The journey from being one among many to being the sole keeper of everything precious begins not with dramatic proclamations or heroic resolve, but with the simple, terrible act of placing one foot in front of the other, when every instinct screams to lie down among the ashes and surrender to the overwhelming magnitude of loss. Tonight, let us walk alongside Yi in those first dark hours and days when he discovered what it means to be the last of his kind, and how the human spirit responds when faced with responsibilities that seem impossible to bear. Picture Yi as he appears in those initial moments after the attackers have withdrawn and the brutal reality of his situation begins to penetrate the shock that has protected him from full awareness. He moves through the ruins of his village like a ghost haunting its own former life, touching charred timber that was once the doorframe of his childhood home, kneeling beside broken stone that formed the steps where he first learned to balance on one foot, pausing at the remnants of the great dojo, where every lesson that shaped his understanding took place. The silence that surrounds him is not the peaceful quiet of meditation, but something far more terrible, the absolute absence of all the sounds that had defined his world. No gentle conversations between masters discussing philosophical fine points, no laughter of children playing games that taught balance and coordination, no rhythmic whisper of wooden swords cutting through morning air. Even the streams that had provided constant background music now run sluggishly, their clear waters clouded with ash and worse things that speak of how completely the harmony of this place has been shattered. As the immediate shock begins to wear away, grief arrives with the crushing weight of a landslide. Yi finds himself collapsing beside the spot where Master Doran fell, his body racked with sobs that seem to emerge from depths he never knew existed within himself. The pain is not simply emotional but physical, as if every cell in his body is simultaneously remembering all the joy this place had contained and mourning its permanent absence. He weeps for his teacher, for his fellow students, for the elderly masters who had carried such profound wisdom, for the children who would never grow up to discover their own potential. But beneath the grief, something even more difficult begins to emerge, the terrible burden of survival itself. Why him? Why had he lived when so many others who were wiser, kinder, more deserving had perished? The arbitrary nature of his survival feels almost like betrayal, as if by continuing to exist he is somehow diminishing the significance of those who were lost. Survivor's guilt settles over him like a heavy cloak that will influence every thought and action for years to come. The knowledge that Master Doran had transmitted to him in those final moments adds another layer of complexity to his emotional state. It is not simply information he carries now, but the living essence of everything Wuju had ever represented, compressed into his consciousness with an intensity that threatens to overwhelm his individual identity. Sometimes he feels as though he is no longer simply Yi, but has become a vessel containing the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. The weight of this responsibility feels impossibly heavy for someone who just yesterday was still a student, still learning, still growing under the guidance of those who seemed infinitely wiser. Days pass in a blur of basic survival tasks that feel surreal in their mundane necessity. He must find food, locate clean water, create shelter from the elements, concerns that seem almost insulting in their ordinariness when weighed against the magnitude of what has been lost. Yet these simple requirements force him to engage with the immediate world rather than disappearing entirely into grief and shock. The body's demands for sustenance and protection create a framework that keeps him tethered to existence when his spirit might otherwise drift away entirely. As his initial shock begins to clear, Yi starts to understand the true scope of what the Noxian attack accomplished. This was not simply the destruction of a village, but the systematic elimination of an entire way of understanding human potential. The masters who died carried within themselves decades of accumulated insight about the nature of consciousness, the possibilities of human movement, the relationship between mind and body that no book or scroll could fully capture. When they perished, irreplaceable aspects of human knowledge died with them. The practical implications of this loss become apparent as Yi attempts to perform the forms and exercises that had been second nature just days before. Without the subtle corrections and guidance of his teachers, without the energy of fellow practitioners sharing the space, without the accumulated atmosphere of centuries of dedicated practice, even the most familiar techniques feel strange and disconnected. He realizes that Wuju was never simply a collection of movements and principles, but a living ecosystem of relationships and interactions that cannot be replicated by a single individual, no matter how skilled. Isolation begins to work changes in his consciousness that he does not immediately recognize. Human beings are social creatures, shaped profoundly by their interactions with others, and the sudden absence of all companionship creates a kind of sensory deprivation that alters perception in subtle but significant ways. Yi finds his internal dialogue becoming more prominent and complex as his mind attempts to compensate for the loss of external conversation and feedback. Sometimes he catches himself having elaborate discussions with imaginary versions of Master Doran or his fellow students, debates and exchanges that feel entirely real, until he realizes he is talking to empty air. The question of what to do next looms over him like a mountain whose peak cannot be seen. Traditional Wuju philosophy emphasized patience, contemplation, and gradual development through steady practice, but those approaches assumed the existence of a stable community and the luxury of time for reflection. Yi faces the immediate reality that he is the sole repository of knowledge that took millennia to develop, knowledge that will die with him if he fails to find some way to preserve and transmit it to others. Yet the world beyond his ruined valley offers no obvious path forward. The war that destroyed his home continues to rage across Ionia, creating conditions where the kind of careful, contemplative teaching methods that Wuju required seem impossible to implement. How does one establish the trust and stability necessary for transmitting profound philosophical insights when potential students are focused on immediate survival? How does one teach the cultivation of inner peace to people whose lives are dominated by violence and fear? The anger that Yi has been suppressing beneath his grief begins to surface as he contemplates these questions. For the first time in his life, he experiences the desire for revenge, not the elegant, controlled application of force that Wuju techniques represented, but the raw, destructive urge to make those responsible for his loss suffer as he is suffering. The intensity of this emotion frightens him, representing as it does a fundamental departure from everything his training had emphasized about the cultivation of compassion and the transcendence of personal desire. Master Doran's final words echo in his memory with increasing urgency. Remember us, but do not let memory become chains. Let it be wings. The old master had somehow foreseen that his student would face exactly this choice between honoring the past through preservation and honoring it through transformation. But understanding the wisdom of these words and acting upon them prove to be very different challenges. Weeks pass as Yi grapples with these fundamental questions while living a hermit's existence among the ruins. He establishes a basic routine that provides structure for his days: morning meditation at sunrise, forms practice through the midday hours, evening contemplation as darkness falls. But these activities feel hollow without the community context that had given them meaning, like trying to perform a symphony with a single instrument when the full orchestra has been silenced. Gradually, he begins to understand that his isolation is changing him in ways that go beyond simple loneliness or grief. The extraordinary abilities that had developed through his training in a communal context are evolving differently when practiced in complete solitude. Without the moderating influence of sparring partners and the guidance of masters, his techniques become more extreme, more perfect, and somehow more inhuman. He can move faster than ever before, strike with greater precision, perceive subtle energies with enhanced clarity, but these improvements feel disconnected from the wisdom and compassion that had always been central to Wuju philosophy. The realization dawns that he is becoming something that his teachers never intended to create, a perfect weapon divorced from the philosophical framework that had given meaning to martial excellence. This recognition forces him to confront a fundamental question about the nature of his responsibility. Is his duty to preserve Wuju exactly as he received it, maintaining every tradition and technique in perfect fidelity to the past? Or is he called to allow the art to evolve through his unique circumstances, accepting that the living tradition must adapt to survive in a changed world? Dreams begin to visit him with increasing frequency and intensity, visions that feel more like communications from beyond the boundary of ordinary consciousness than mere products of his unconscious mind. Sometimes he sees Master Doran moving through forms that were never taught during his lifetime, demonstrating techniques that seem to emerge from some deeper source of knowledge. Other times he encounters masters from generations past, figures whose names he knows from history, but whose teachings had never been directly transmitted to him. These dream encounters gradually convince him that Wuju wisdom extends beyond what any individual teacher could convey, that the tradition encompasses knowledge that transcends the limitations of normal human understanding. This realization begins to shift his perspective on his situation, from one of hopeless isolation to one of unprecedented opportunity. Perhaps his unique circumstances, the combination of his natural gifts, the complete transmission he received from Master Doran, and his forced independence from conventional teaching methods, have positioned him to discover aspects of the art that could never have emerged under normal conditions. The first breakthrough comes during a meditation session that extends far longer than he had intended. As the sun sets and rises again without his awareness, Yi enters states of consciousness that his previous training had only hinted at. In these deepest levels of awareness, he begins to perceive the movement of energy, not just within his own body, but throughout the entire landscape around him. The ruined village reveals itself as still pulsing with the accumulated spiritual resonance of centuries of dedicated practice, as if the earth itself has been transformed into a repository of Wuju wisdom. When he finally emerges from this extended meditation, Yi understands that he has crossed a threshold from which there can be no return. He is no longer simply the last student of a destroyed tradition, but something unprecedented, a bridge between the ancient wisdom of Wuju and whatever form it must take to survive in a world transformed by war and suffering. The boy who had once trained under the gentle guidance of beloved teachers has evolved into something that none of them could have imagined, shaped by forces that no amount of preparation could have anticipated. As winter approaches and the anniversary of the massacre draws near, Yi makes a decision that will define the rest of his existence. He will not attempt to recreate the village that was lost, nor will he try to find students to whom he can transmit knowledge in the traditional manner. Instead, he will become something entirely new, a wandering guardian who carries Wuju wisdom into a world that desperately needs it, even if that world cannot understand or appreciate what it is receiving. The last practitioner of Wuju rises from his meditation among the ruins, no longer the boy who had played in these gardens but not yet the legend he will eventually become. He stands balanced between past and future, carrying within himself both the weight of immense loss and the potential for unprecedented transformation. As we conclude our exploration of those dark months, when Yi learned what it means to be truly alone, we can feel the profound sadness of his situation, while also recognizing the extraordinary strength that emerged from his willingness to face impossible circumstances without surrendering to despair. When we find ourselves isolated by circumstances beyond our control, carrying responsibilities that seem too heavy for any individual to bear, how do we transform solitude from punishment into opportunity? And how do we honor what we have lost while remaining open to what we might yet become? Chapter 8. The Alpha Strike Revelation. In the deepest hours of a winter night, when the moon hangs like a silver medallion above the ruins of his former world, Yi sits in meditation so profound that the boundary between his consciousness and the cosmic forces that govern existence begins to dissolve. 3 years have passed since the massacre that transformed him from student to soul guardian. 3 years of solitary practice that has pushed his abilities beyond anything his teachers could have imagined. Tonight, let us witness the moment when ancient legend becomes living reality, when the mythical technique known as the Alpha Strike reveals itself not as mere martial prowess, but as a doorway into the fundamental nature of movement, time, and the infinite possibilities that exist within each moment of perfect action. Picture Yi as he has become during these years of isolation, no longer the eager boy who once practiced forms in the morning mist, but a young man whose every movement carries the weight of accumulated mastery. His body has been refined by constant training until it seems almost to defy normal physical laws, muscles and reflexes honed to a precision that makes even the simplest gestures appear touched by grace. Yet it is not his physical transformation that marks the most profound change, but rather the quality of presence he now carries, an awareness so complete and focused that the very air around him seems to shimmer with potential energy. The Alpha Strike had always existed at the edge of Wuju legend, spoken of in whispered conversations between masters as the theoretical limit of what their art might achieve. Ancient texts described it in terms that sounded more like poetry than practical instruction, to be everywhere at once while remaining nowhere in particular, or the moment when the striking sword becomes one with the target it seeks to reach. Most practitioners treated these descriptions as metaphorical expressions of spiritual ideals rather than literal techniques that could be manifested in the physical world. Master Doran had mentioned the Alpha Strike only once during Yi's formal training, describing it as the natural culmination of perfect mastery across all 7 lenses of insight. When technique transcends technique, he had explained, when the practitioner becomes so completely unified with the principles of movement that individual will dissolves into universal will, then something beyond normal possibility may emerge. But such moments cannot be forced or pursued directly. They arise only when the soil of consciousness has been so thoroughly prepared that they manifest as naturally as flowers bloom in spring. During his years of solitary practice, he had occasionally experienced flashes of something that seemed to approach these legendary descriptions. Moments during his forms practice when he seemed to move faster than his own perception could track. Instances while meditating when he felt his awareness expand beyond the boundaries of his physical body. Glimpses of a state where cause and effect operated according to different laws than those governing ordinary experience. But these episodes remained elusive and unpredictable, appearing and vanishing like lightning that illuminates the landscape for a split second before returning it to darkness. The breakthrough begins, as profound realizations often do, during what seems like an ordinary practice session. Yi has been working through the 17 classical forms, the foundational sequences that encode the essential principles of Wuju technique, when he notices something different about the quality of his movement. Instead of performing each form as a discrete sequence, he finds himself flowing seamlessly from one to another, creating an endless river of motion, where the ending of each pattern becomes the beginning of the next. As this unified practice continues, Yi's awareness begins to shift in subtle but significant ways. He becomes conscious not just of his own movements, but of the patterns they create in the energy field that surrounds him, the way each gesture sends ripples through the fabric of space that interact with and influence the movements that follow. He begins to perceive these ripples as pathways, channels through which intention can flow to create effects that transcend normal causality. Hours pass without his conscious awareness as Yi moves deeper into this state of unified practice. The ruins of the village around him seem to fade from perception as his attention focuses entirely on the intricate dance of energy and intention that his movements are generating. He is no longer simply performing techniques, but participating in something that feels like a conversation with the fundamental forces that govern existence itself. The moment of revelation arrives without warning or fanfare. Yi is executing a complex transition between the flowing water and lightning wind forms when something unprecedented happens. Instead of his body moving through space to reach the position required by the next technique, space itself seems to rearrange around him. For a fraction of a second, he exists simultaneously in multiple locations, not through rapid movement that creates the illusion of simultaneous presence, but through an actual splitting of his essence across different points in space. The experience lasts only an instant, but its implications reverberate through his consciousness like stones dropped into still water. Yi has not simply moved very quickly, he has somehow transcended the normal limitations that confine consciousness to a single location at any given moment. The theoretical foundations of the Alpha Strike, the ancient descriptions of being everywhere at once while remaining nowhere in particular, suddenly reveal themselves, not as poetic metaphors, but as literal descriptions of achievable reality. In the days that follow this initial breakthrough, Yi begins to experiment with recreating and refining what he experienced. He discovers that the Alpha Strike is not a technique in the conventional sense, but rather a state of consciousness that allows normal techniques to express themselves in extraordinary ways. When his awareness reaches the proper level of unity with universal principles, the limitations that normally govern physical movement begin to dissolve. The key, he realizes, lies in achieving perfect simultaneity across all 7 lenses of insight. The mirror of self must be so clear that there is no separation between observer and observed, no division between the one who moves and the movement itself. The flow of time must be perceived not as a linear sequence of moments, but as an eternal present where all possibilities exist simultaneously. The harmony of elements must be so complete that the practitioner embodies all 5 aspects at once rather than shifting between them sequentially. Most challenging of all, the gate of transcendence must be fully opened, allowing individual will to dissolve completely into the cosmic force that governs all action. In this state, there is no longer a person performing the Alpha Strike, but rather the strike itself manifesting through human form, while originating from sources beyond personal consciousness. As Yi's understanding deepens through continued practice, he begins to perceive the Alpha Strike not as a combat technique, but as a window into the fundamental nature of reality itself. In those moments when he achieves the proper state of consciousness, the normal rules of physics reveal themselves to be merely local conventions rather than absolute laws. Space and time become fluid rather than fixed. Consciousness proves capable of existing in multiple states simultaneously, and the boundary between intention and manifestation dissolves entirely. The training required to achieve reliable access to this state proves more demanding than anything Yi had previously experienced. It requires not just physical perfection, but a level of mental and spiritual development that pushes him beyond the limits of what he had believed possible for human consciousness. He must learn to maintain perfect clarity of awareness, while simultaneously releasing all attachment to outcomes, to move with ultimate precision while remaining completely spontaneous, to embody infinite power while maintaining absolute gentleness. Each successful manifestation of the Alpha Strike teaches him something new about its nature and possibilities. Sometimes it appears as the ability to strike multiple opponents simultaneously from positions that should be physically impossible to reach. Other times it manifests as movement so swift that it seems to occur outside normal time, allowing him to respond to threats before they fully materialize. Occasionally, it takes the form of strikes that reach their targets through pathways that bypass normal space entirely, as if his intention creates temporary bridges across the fabric of reality. But perhaps the most profound aspect of the Alpha Strike is what it reveals about the nature of conflict itself. When performed with perfect mastery, the technique creates outcomes that transcend the usual categories of victory and defeat. Opponents find themselves not simply overcome but somehow elevated by the encounter, as if the perfection of the technique awakens corresponding excellence within them. The Alpha Strike becomes not a means of domination but a form of teaching that communicates truth through direct transmission rather than verbal instruction. As Yi's mastery continues to evolve, he begins to understand why this technique had remained legendary rather than practical throughout Wuju history. It requires not just individual excellence, but a level of integration between practitioner and universal principles that can only emerge under extraordinary circumstances. The traditional community structure of Wuju, with its emphasis on gradual development and mutual support, actually created conditions that made the Alpha Strike more difficult to achieve rather than easier. The isolation and extremity of his circumstances, the complete loss of external guidance, the pressure of being the sole repository of ancient knowledge, the necessity of transcending normal human limitations in order to preserve what might otherwise be lost forever, have created a unique environment where consciousness can evolve in directions that would never be explored under normal conditions. This realization brings with it a profound sense of responsibility. He understands that he has not simply mastered an advanced technique, but has gained access to possibilities that could transform human understanding of what consciousness can achieve. The Alpha Strike represents a doorway through which the mythical becomes practical, the theoretical becomes applicable, the impossible becomes merely challenging. Yet with this understanding comes equally profound challenges. How does one teach techniques that require complete transcendence of normal consciousness? How does one preserve knowledge that can only be transmitted through direct experience rather than verbal instruction? How does one use abilities that border on the supernatural in service of principles that emphasize humility and selflessness? The answers to these questions begin to emerge as Yi realizes that the Alpha Strike itself is providing guidance about its proper application. Each time he achieves the transcendent state required for its manifestation, he receives insights not just about technique but about purpose. The universe seems to be teaching him through direct transmission, showing him how powers that could easily become sources of pride or tools of domination can instead serve the highest principles of wisdom and compassion. As winter gives way to spring in his 4th year of solitary practice, Yi achieves something that would have been unimaginable to his former teachers. He can now access the Alpha Strike, not as a rare moment of transcendence, but as a reliable expression of his will when circumstances require it. The legendary technique has become as natural to him as breathing, as available as his heartbeat, as fundamental to his being as the consciousness that perceives and acts through his physical form. Standing among the cherry blossoms that have returned to bloom in the ruins of his former home, he understands that he has completed a journey that began with the destruction of everything he loved, and has culminated in the discovery of possibilities that no amount of traditional training could have revealed. He is no longer simply the last practitioner of Wuju but something unprecedented, a bridge between the ancient wisdom of his people and capabilities that represent the next stage in the evolution of human potential. The boy who once practiced simple forms under the guidance of beloved teachers has become something that transcends the normal categories of student and master, human and legend, possible and impossible. Yet at the core of this transformation, the essential qualities that made him worthy of such development remain unchanged. The humility to serve something greater than himself, the compassion to use power only in service of protecting others, and the wisdom to understand that true mastery is measured not by what one can achieve, but by what one chooses to preserve and transmit to others. As we conclude our exploration of the moment when legend became reality and myth transformed into lived experience, we can feel the profound beauty of consciousness discovering its own unlimited potential while remaining grounded in the timeless principles of wisdom and service. When we find ourselves pushed beyond our previous limitations by circumstances we never would have chosen, how do we recognize the extraordinary opportunities for growth that often hide within our greatest challenges, and how do we ensure that new abilities serve purposes worthy of the struggles that forged them? Chapter 9. Kong, the Monkey King. In the misty morning hours, when dew still clings to the leaves of ancient trees, and the forest awakens with the gentle rustle of creatures beginning their daily dance of survival, a young Vastayan warrior moves through the canopy with the fluid grace that only those born to the wild can achieve. This is Kong, whose given name carries within it the echo of legends far older than current memory, a descendant of the Shimon tribe, whose mastery of staff combat has been refined through countless generations of forest dwellers. Tonight, let us explore the meeting between the last guardian of Wuju and the one student who would carry that sacred tradition forward, and discover how hope can emerge even from the deepest despair, when teacher and student find each other across the vast spaces of a world transformed by loss. Picture Kong as he appears during those pivotal years following the Noxian invasion, a being whose very existence bridges the gap between human ambition and natural wisdom. His simian features speak of Vastayan heritage that connects him directly to the primal forces of Ionia's wilderness, while his intelligent eyes reveal a depth of understanding that goes far beyond mere animal instinct. He moves through the forest canopy, as if gravity were merely a suggestion rather than a law, his staff spinning and dancing around his form in patterns that seem to defy the normal limitations of leverage and momentum. The Shimon tribe had long been known among Ionia's Vastayan communities for their unique approach to combat, one that emphasized adaptability, creativity, and the kind of spontaneous improvisation that can only emerge from deep harmony with natural rhythms. Unlike the formal, structured techniques practiced by human martial artists, Shimon combat flowed like water finding its course, always seeking the path of least resistance while maintaining readiness to explosive action when circumstances demanded it. Kong's early training had followed traditional patterns passed down through generations of his people. Elder masters had taught him to read the subtle messages carried by wind through leaves, to sense the emotional states of other forest creatures through changes in their movement patterns, to understand the complex relationships that govern all life within the woodland ecosystem. His staff work developed organically from these foundational skills, becoming an extension of his natural movement rather than something imposed upon it from outside. But the war that swept across Ionia brought changes that even the most isolated forest communities could not avoid. Noxian forces, driven by their systematic approach to conquest, had begun targeting Vastayan populations with particular intensity. These ancient beings, with their deep connections to the land and their resistance to imperial authority, represented threats to the kind of total cultural dominance that Noxian doctrine demanded. Villages that had existed for millennia found themselves facing extinction not through natural evolution, but through deliberate elimination. Kong had witnessed the destruction of several Shimon settlements, watching from concealment as Noxian soldiers systematically destroyed everything that made his people's way of life possible. Sacred groves were burned, traditional gathering places were poisoned, and the careful balance between civilization and wilderness that had allowed Vastayan culture to flourish was deliberately shattered. These experiences filled him with a rage that burned all the hotter for being largely impotent. What could one young warrior do against the organized might of an empire? The answer came to him gradually, through dreams and meditation that connected him to the deeper currents of wisdom that flow beneath the surface of ordinary consciousness. He began to understand that his people's traditional approach to conflict, avoiding direct confrontation while maintaining their own practices in hidden spaces, might not be sufficient to preserve what needed to be preserved. Something more active, more engaged, more willing to meet the threat directly might be required. It is this realization that led him to seek out the rumors that had begun circulating among resistance groups throughout Ionia, stories of a young human who moved like lightning given form, who could appear and disappear as if he existed partially outside normal space, who carried within himself the essence of martial traditions that Noxian forces had believed completely destroyed. These tales spoke of someone called the Wuju Master, though those who claimed to have witnessed his interventions could provide only fragmentary descriptions of abilities that seemed to border on the mythical. Kong's search for this legendary figure took him through regions of Ionia that few beings ever visited. hidden valleys where the war's devastation had not yet reached, ancient forests where spirits older than human memory still walked beneath starlight, remote mountain peaks where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin as morning mist. Each step of this journey taught him something new about the land he sought to protect, and the depths of wisdom that Ionia's traditions contained. The meeting, when it finally occurred, took place in circumstances that neither participant could have anticipated. Kong had been tracking what appeared to be Noxian scouts through a region of dense forest when he suddenly found himself surrounded by soldiers whose coordination and equipment marked them as elite units rather than ordinary patrol forces. The ambush had been carefully planned, using intelligence about his movement patterns that suggested they had been observing him for days rather than encountering him by chance. As Kong fought desperately against overwhelming odds, his staff work flowing from defensive patterns into offensive strikes and back again with the fluid adaptability that characterized Shimon combat, he began to understand that this encounter would likely be his last. The soldiers facing him were too skilled, too numerous, and too well prepared for him to have any realistic chance of escape. Yet even as this realization dawned, he continued fighting with the fierce joy that comes to warriors who know they are about to die in service of something greater than themselves. The intervention came like lightning from a clear sky. One moment Kong was surrounded by enemies pressing in for the final assault. The next, those same enemies were lying unconscious on the forest floor, while a young human stood calmly in the center of the clearing, his wooden sword already sheathed, his breathing so steady it seemed he had not exerted himself at all. The entire engagement had lasted perhaps 3 seconds, but in that brief span, Kong had witnessed something that challenged his understanding of what human beings could achieve. "Your staff work shows promise," the stranger said, his voice carrying the kind of quiet authority that comes only from profound self-knowledge. "But your anger makes you predictable. Rage has its place in combat, but it must be directed by wisdom rather than driving it." Kong stared at this unexpected savior, trying to reconcile the youthful appearance with the impossible abilities he had just witnessed. The young man before him looked to be perhaps 18 or 19 years old, yet his eyes held depths that suggested lifetimes of experience. His bearing spoke of someone who had suffered profound losses, yet found ways to transform that suffering into strength rather than bitterness. "You are the one they call the Wuju master," Kong said, making it a statement rather than a question. "The last keeper of the ancient ways." "I am Yi," came the simple reply, "and I am indeed the last of my kind. But that solitude need not be permanent, if there are those willing to learn what I have to teach." The conversation that followed, conducted while they moved quickly away from the site of the encounter, before reinforcements could arrive, revealed depths of mutual understanding that surprised both participants. Kong's natural wisdom and deep connection to Ionia's spiritual traditions provided common ground for communication with someone whose entire existence had been shaped by similar principles. Yi's profound knowledge of martial philosophy offered frameworks that helped Kong understand how his instinctive combat abilities could be refined and expanded. Most importantly, both recognized in the other someone whose commitment to preserving Ionia's essential character transcended personal ambition or the desire for revenge. They had each been shaped by loss and forged by necessity into warriors whose primary purpose was protection rather than conquest, preservation rather than destruction. The training that began between them represented something unprecedented in the history of both their traditions. Yi had never attempted to teach Wuju principles to someone whose background was so fundamentally different from his own. Kong had never tried to learn formal techniques that might constrain the fluid spontaneity that characterized Vastayan combat. Yet both approached this challenge with the openness that comes to those who understand that desperate times require new solutions. Yi began by observing Kong's natural movement patterns, studying the way Vastayan physiology and instincts created possibilities that human anatomy could not duplicate. Rather than trying to force his student into classical Wuju forms, He worked to identify the underlying principles that those forms were designed to teach and find ways to express them through Kong's unique capabilities. Kong, for his part, discovered that formal structure could enhance rather than constrain natural ability when properly understood and applied. The 7 lenses of insight provided frameworks for understanding aspects of combat and consciousness that his instinctive training had touched upon but never fully articulated. The philosophical foundations of Wuju gave deeper meaning to abilities that he had previously taken for granted. The breakthrough came when Yi realized that Kong's staff work could serve as a bridge between traditional Wuju techniques and the kind of adaptations that would be necessary for the art to survive in its new circumstances. The staff itself became a teaching tool, its length and flexibility allowing for combinations of techniques that were impossible with conventional swords, its spinning motions creating patterns that could incorporate multiple forms simultaneously. Working together, teacher and student began developing what would eventually become known as the Wuju staff style, a synthesis of ancient wisdom and natural innovation that honored the essential principles of both traditions, while creating something entirely new. Kong's Vastayan heritage provided insights into energy flow and natural harmony that enriched Yi's understanding of his own art, while Yi's profound mastery of Wuju philosophy gave direction and depth to Kong's intuitive abilities. But perhaps more important than the technical innovations they developed together was the renewal of hope that their partnership represented. For the first time since the massacre at his village, Yi had found someone capable of truly understanding what he sought to preserve and transmit. For Kong, the encounter with genuine mastery provided direction for abilities that had previously been unfocused and reactive, rather than purposeful and creative. As months passed and their training intensified, both began to understand that they were not simply learning from each other, but participating in the birth of something that could ensure the survival of wisdom that would otherwise be lost forever. Kong's progress exceeded even Yi's optimistic expectations, his natural gifts combining with formal instruction to produce capabilities that surprised even his teacher. The young Vastayan's mastery of the staff began incorporating elements of the Alpha Strike, not through direct imitation, but through understanding the principles that made such transcendent technique possible. His movements took on qualities that seemed to bend the normal rules of physics, creating effects that were simultaneously impossible and inevitable. Most remarkably, he began demonstrating the kind of spontaneous innovation that suggested he was not simply learning predetermined techniques, but actively participating in the evolution of the art itself. Yi watched his student's development with feelings that combined pride, relief, and profound gratitude. The boy who had once believed himself to be the last guardian of his people's wisdom was discovering that true traditions are not preserved through rigid maintenance, but through living adaptation that honors essential principles while embracing necessary change. Kong, in turn, began to understand that his encounter with Yi represented not just personal growth, but participation in something that connected him to streams of wisdom, extending back through countless generations and forward into possibilities that no individual could imagine alone. He was not simply learning techniques but inheriting a legacy that would reshape his understanding of what it meant to be a warrior, a teacher, and a guardian of precious knowledge. As we conclude our exploration of the meeting between the last master of Wuju and the student who would help ensure its continuation, we can feel the profound significance of moments when isolation transforms into connection, when solitary struggle becomes shared purpose, and when the weight of impossible responsibility becomes the foundation for new forms of hope. In our own journeys of learning and teaching, how do we recognize those rare individuals with whom we can share our deepest knowledge and highest aspirations? And how do we create the trust necessary for true wisdom to pass from one generation to the next? Chapter 10. The Burden of Legacy. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the mind hovers between sleeping and waking, when the veils that separate conscious thought from deeper wisdom grow thin as spider silk, Yi sits in meditation beside the ruins of what was once the great dojo, wrestling with questions that have no easy answers. The years of training Kong have brought unexpected joy and renewed purpose to his existence. Yet they have also awakened conflicts within himself that he had hoped to leave buried beneath the ashes of his former life. Tonight, let us explore the profound tension between honoring the peaceful principles that defined Wuju tradition and acknowledging the burning desire for justice that courses through his veins like molten metal, threatening to transform the last guardian into something his masters never intended to create. Picture Yi as he appears in these moments of deepest contemplation, no longer the grief-stricken survivor who once wandered among ruins, nor yet the legend he will eventually become, but a young man balanced precariously between competing visions of what his life should represent. His face bears the serene expression that comes from years of disciplined meditation, yet careful observers might notice the tension that occasionally flickers across his features, the way his hands sometimes clench involuntarily when his thoughts turn toward certain memories, the slight tremor that passes through his frame when the wind carries scents that remind him of burning wood and spilled blood. The philosophical framework that had sustained him through his darkest hours now presents him with dilemmas that his teachers had never fully prepared him to face. Wuju tradition emphasized the cultivation of inner peace, the transcendence of personal desire, and the application of martial skill only in defense of others rather than in pursuit of personal vengeance. Yet these same traditions had been completely destroyed by forces that felt no corresponding restraint, that viewed compassion as weakness and mercy as invitation for further aggression. Master Doran's final words echo in his memory with increasing complexity as time passes. Remember us, but do not let memory become chains. Let it be wings. The old master had somehow foreseen that his student would face exactly this choice between rigid preservation of past forms and creative adaptation to present necessities. But understanding the wisdom of these words, and knowing how to apply them in specific circumstances, proved to be very different challenges. The presence of Kong in his life has brought these internal conflicts into sharper focus rather than resolving them. Training his eager student requires constant articulation of principles that Yi had previously taken for granted, forcing him to examine beliefs and assumptions that had operated below the level of conscious awareness. When Kong asks why they should show mercy to enemies who have shown none to innocent victims, Yi finds that the traditional answers feel inadequate in the face of their shared experiences of loss and destruction. The young Vestayan's questions are not challenges to authority, but genuine attempts to understand how ancient wisdom applies to contemporary circumstances. Kong has witnessed atrocities that would break the spirit of lesser beings, has seen his own people systematically hunted and slaughtered by forces that view their elimination as both practical necessity and moral imperative. His desire for justice burns with the clean fire of righteous anger, and he cannot understand why someone with Yi's abilities chooses restraint when decisive action could prevent further suffering. These conversations force Yi to confront uncomfortable truths about his own motivations. Is his commitment to non-violence truly based on philosophical conviction, or does it represent a form of emotional paralysis born from the trauma of witnessing his village's destruction? Is his reluctance to engage more directly with the war an expression of wisdom or an abdication of responsibility? Does honoring his teacher's memory require preserving their exact methods, or would they expect him to adapt their principles to circumstances they never faced? The nightmares that visit him with increasing frequency suggest answers that his conscious mind hesitates to acknowledge. In these dark visions, he sees himself moving through Noxian encampments like a force of nature unleashed, his Alpha Strike technique employed, not for defense but for systematic elimination of those responsible for Ionia's suffering. The efficiency with which he could accomplish such revenge both thrills and horrifies him, revealing depths of anger that years of meditation have not succeeded in fully dissolving. Even more disturbing are the dreams where he envisions the faces of his fallen masters, not as he remembers them in life, but as they might appear if they could witness what he has become. Sometimes they regard him with disappointment, shaking their heads at his departure from the path they had intended him to follow. Other times they seem to be urging him toward actions that contradict everything they taught him during their lifetimes, as if death had revealed truths about the nature of justice that their earthly existence had concealed. The contradiction becomes most acute when Yi and Kong encounter situations where their intervention could make a decisive difference in the larger conflict. Reports reach them of Noxian atrocities being committed against civilian populations, of resistance groups being systematically eliminated, of cultural treasures being destroyed simply to demonstrate imperial power. Each such incident presents them with a choice: maintain their distance and preserve their safety, or engage directly and risk everything they have worked to build. The most difficult of these encounters occurs when they discover a Noxian detention camp, where captured Ionian fighters are being subjected to experiments designed to break their connection to the spiritual forces that give their homeland its unique character. The camp's commandant, a figure whose reputation for cruelty has spread throughout the occupied territories, oversees these procedures with the dispassionate efficiency of someone who views human suffering as merely another resource to be exploited in service of imperial goals. Kong's reaction to witnessing these horrors is immediate and uncompromising. They must act to stop what is happening, regardless of the personal cost or strategic consequences. His staff spins in his hands as he prepares for an assault that will either free the prisoners or result in his own death. But either outcome seems preferable to allowing such suffering to continue when they possess the power to intervene. Yi finds himself frozen by competing impulses that threaten to tear his consciousness apart. Every instinct developed through years of training screams for him to join Kong's assault, to use his abilities to stop crimes that violate every principle of human dignity. Yet, the voice of his teachers, embedded so deeply in his psyche that it feels like his own thoughts, counsels patience, restraint, and careful consideration of consequences that extend beyond immediate circumstances. The decision, when it finally comes, emerges not from philosophical analysis, but from a moment of absolute clarity that transcends normal thought processes. Watching a child, no older than he had been when his formal training began, subjected to procedures that will leave permanent spiritual damage, Yi experiences a revelation that resolves his internal conflicts with crystalline certainty. There are moments when action becomes not choice but moral imperative, when the failure to intervene transforms one from innocent bystander into passive accomplice. The assault that follows demonstrates the full extent of what Yi has become during his years of isolated development. His Alpha Strike technique, refined through countless hours of solitary practice, manifests with a precision and scope that surprises even Kong. He moves through the enemy encampment like a force of nature, operating according to laws that transcend normal physics, appearing simultaneously in multiple locations, neutralizing threats before they can fully manifest, creating conditions where prisoners can escape while guards find themselves harmlessly but thoroughly incapacitated. Yet even in the midst of such decisive action, Yi maintains the essential restraint that distinguishes justice from vengeance. Despite having the power to kill every enemy in the camp, he chooses techniques that disable rather than destroy, that neutralize threats without eliminating the human beings who pose them. This is not mercy born from weakness but compassion expressed through strength so complete that it can afford to show restraint. The liberation of the prison camp marks a turning point in Yi's understanding of his role and responsibilities. He begins to see that preserving Wuju tradition requires not rigid adherence to past forms, but creative application of eternal principles to ever-changing circumstances. His teachers would not have wanted him to stand aside while innocents suffered, any more than they would have wanted him to become a mere instrument of revenge. The path forward becomes clearer as Yi realizes that he can honor both the peaceful philosophy of his training and the necessity of protecting those who cannot protect themselves. The key lies in maintaining proper motivation, acting not from anger or desire for personal satisfaction, but from genuine compassion for all beings, including those whose current actions make them enemies of justice. This understanding transforms his approach to training Kong and to their shared mission of preserving what is valuable in Ionian culture while adapting to the realities of wartime existence. They begin developing techniques specifically designed for intervention scenarios, methods that maximize the protection of innocents while minimizing harm to opponents, approaches that neutralize threats while leaving open possibilities for redemption and transformation. Kong observes these developments with growing admiration for his teacher's ability to navigate seemingly impossible contradictions. He begins to understand that true mastery lies not in choosing between competing values, but in finding ways to honor all worthy principles simultaneously, even when such integration requires innovations that transcend traditional frameworks. The reputation that begins to grow around their activities reflects this complex balance between power and restraint. Stories spread of mysterious interventions that save resistance fighters from capture, free prisoners from detention, and disrupt Noxian operations, while leaving few permanent casualties. Some describe these events as the work of vengeful spirits seeking justice for past wrongs. Others attribute them to legendary heroes returned from distant ages to aid Ionia in its darkest hour. Yi finds himself simultaneously pleased and troubled by these developing legends. The mythic status they are acquiring provides protection and inspires hope among those fighting for their homeland's freedom. Yet it also threatens to obscure the human struggles and choices that define his actual existence. He worries that future generations might remember only the legend while losing sight of the principles and practices that make such achievements possible. These concerns lead him to intensify Kong's philosophical education alongside their technical training. He ensures that his student understands not just how to perform advanced techniques, but why certain choices are made, what values guide their application of power, and how the tradition they represent has evolved to meet contemporary challenges while maintaining essential character. As the war continues to rage around them and their legend grows, Yi achieves a kind of peace with the apparent contradictions that had once threatened to paralyze him. He understands now that honoring his teacher's memory requires not perfect preservation of their exact methods, but faithful application of their deepest wisdom to circumstances they never faced. The burden of being the last guardian has transformed from crushing weight into liberating purpose. Standing once again among the ruins where his journey began, watching Kong practice forms that synthesize ancient wisdom with necessary innovation, Yi feels the presence of his fallen masters not as judges evaluating his choices, but as companions celebrating his growth. The boy who once feared that any departure from traditional methods would betray their legacy has become a man who understands that true loyalty to great teachers lies in surpassing them rather than merely imitating them. As we conclude our exploration of the profound internal struggles that shaped Yi's transformation from traumatized survivor to mature guardian, we can feel the weight of choices that define not just individual character, but the evolution of entire traditions in response to changing circumstances. When we find ourselves inheriting responsibilities that seem to require us to choose between competing values we hold equally dear, how do we discover the wisdom to honor all worthy principles while adapting them to circumstances that their original teachers never anticipated? Chapter 11. Guardianship and Teaching. In the years following the war's end, when Ionia begins the slow process of healing wounds that run deeper than flesh and bone, Yi finds himself facing challenges that no amount of martial training could have prepared him for. The legend of the Wuju master has spread far beyond the borders of his homeland, attracting seekers from distant lands who believe that learning his techniques will grant them power over their enemies and mastery over their circumstances. Tonight, let us explore the delicate art of guardianship, how the last keeper of ancient wisdom learns to distinguish between those who seek knowledge for worthy purposes and those who would corrupt it, and how the responsibility of teaching transforms both instructor and student in ways that neither anticipates. Picture Yi as he appears in these post-war years, a man in his early 20s, whose youthful features bear the weight of experiences that would have broken individuals twice his age. His movements carry the fluid grace that marks true mastery, yet his eyes hold depths of caution born from too many encounters with those who mistake power for wisdom. The hidden sanctuary where he now conducts his teaching bears little resemblance to the formal structures of his childhood village, consisting instead of simple clearings and modest shelters scattered through a forest that remembers older forms of education. The first lesson Yi learned about teaching was perhaps the most painful. Not everyone who seeks instruction deserves to receive it. In the months immediately following Noxia's withdrawal from Ionian territory, desperate individuals arrived at his sanctuary carrying tales of suffering that moved his compassionate heart. They spoke eloquently of their desire to protect their families, to serve their communities, to ensure that such devastation could never occur again. Yet beneath these noble proclamations, Yi's enhanced perception detected currents of anger, ambition, and desire for personal aggrandizement that would have transformed Wuju techniques into tools of oppression rather than instruments of justice. The first such student was a young man named Kalen, whose village had been destroyed during the final months of the occupation. His story of loss resonated deeply with Yi's own experiences, and his apparent dedication to intensive training suggested genuine commitment to the path of mastery. For weeks, Kalen progressed steadily through the foundational exercises, demonstrating both natural aptitude and unwavering determination. Only gradually did Yi begin to notice subtle signs that suggested darker motivations beneath the surface dedication. The revelation came during a sparring session when Kalen believed himself unobserved. Practicing against a training dummy, the student's techniques took on qualities of excessive force and cruel precision that spoke not of someone seeking to develop defensive capabilities, but of an individual fantasizing about inflicting pain upon specific targets. The anger that drove his movements was not the clean fire of righteous indignation, but the corrosive hatred that consumes everything it touches, including those who harbor it. Confronting this reality forced Yi to make one of the most difficult decisions of his teaching career. Despite the time and energy he had invested in Kalen's development, despite the genuine progress the student had achieved, Yi understood that allowing such an individual to continue learning Wuju techniques would represent a betrayal of everything the art stood for. The conversation that ended their relationship was conducted with the compassion that Yi brought to all his interactions, but its conclusion was as final as mountain stone. Power without wisdom becomes tyranny, Yi explained as he watched understanding dawn in his former student's eyes. Technique without character becomes mere brutality. I cannot in good conscience provide you with abilities that you would use to serve darkness rather than light. Kalen's departure marked the beginning of a more rigorous selection process that would characterize all of Yi's future teaching. He developed methods for evaluating potential students that went far beyond their stated motivations or demonstrated aptitudes, techniques for perceiving the deeper currents of character that reveal themselves only under careful observation. These assessments took months rather than days, requiring candidates to demonstrate not just skill development, but the kind of internal growth that distinguishes true seekers from mere opportunity hunters. Kong proved invaluable during this period, his Vastayan heritage providing insights into character assessment that complemented Yi's more formal training in human psychology. Together, they created an evaluation process that challenged potential students not just physically and mentally, but spiritually, presenting them with scenarios that revealed their authentic responses to power, responsibility, and the temptation to use special abilities for personal advantage rather than universal benefit. The students who ultimately proved worthy of advanced instruction came from unexpected backgrounds and displayed qualities that defied conventional assumptions about martial aptitude. There was Mei Lin, a young woman whose family had been healers for generations, who approached combat training with the same methodical precision she brought to studying medicinal herbs. Her techniques developed a quality of surgical precision that could disable opponents, while simultaneously healing the spiritual damage that violence typically inflicts upon both participants. Another exceptional student was Joran, a former Noxian soldier who had deserted during the final campaigns after witnessing atrocities that shattered his faith in imperial ideology. His journey to Yi's sanctuary represented not just geographical travel, but a complete transformation of worldview that moved him from serving conquest to seeking redemption. The guilt he carried for his past actions motivated a dedication to mastery that few students could match, while his intimate knowledge of Noxian tactics provided valuable insights for developing defensive strategies. Perhaps most surprising was Kira, a child barely 10 years old, whose parents had died protecting a group of refugees during the war's darkest period. Her natural abilities bordered on the supernatural, yet she approached training with the kind of humble eagerness that reminded Yi powerfully of his own childhood development. Working with her required him to rediscover teaching methods that his own masters had used, adapting ancient pedagogical approaches to circumstances that those masters could never have imagined. Each student required completely different instructional approaches, forcing Yi to develop flexibility and creativity that exceeded anything his formal training had provided. Mei Lin learned best through careful theoretical explanation, followed by gradual practical application, while Joran needed intensive physical challenges that allowed him to work through psychological conflicts in nonverbal ways. Kira absorbed instruction like sunlight, requiring not explanation, but simply exposure to proper examples that her intuitive understanding could decode and implement. The teaching environment Yi created bore little resemblance to the formal structures of traditional Wuju education. Rather than attempting to recreate the village community that had nurtured his own development, he designed a more flexible system that could accommodate students with diverse backgrounds and learning styles, while maintaining the essential principles that made authentic transmission possible. Training sessions took place in natural settings that reinforced the connection between martial practice and universal harmony, while philosophical discussions occurred during shared meals and evening gatherings that fostered the kind of intimate communication necessary for deeper understanding. One of the most challenging aspects of teaching proved to be preserving the authentic spirit of Wuju tradition while adapting its forms to accommodate students whose physical and psychological makeup differed significantly from the original practitioners. Kong's synthesis of staff techniques with classical forms had demonstrated that creative adaptation could enhance rather than diminish the art's essential character, but each new student presented unique challenges that required fresh innovations. Mei Lin's healing background led to the development of techniques that could restore both physical and spiritual damage, creating possibilities for conflict resolution that transcended traditional categories of victory and defeat. Joran's military experience contributed tactical innovations that made Wuju methods more effective against coordinated group attacks, while his psychological journey from conqueror to protector provided insights into the transformation of destructive impulses into constructive action. Kira's extraordinary natural abilities pushed Yi to explore aspects of the art that he had previously considered purely theoretical. Working with her required him to access levels of Alpha Strike mastery that he had not needed since his solitary years, while her questions about the nature of consciousness and reality forced him to articulate insights that he had previously held only intuitively. The most profound challenge of teaching was learning to trust students with knowledge that could be catastrophically misused if their character development failed to keep pace with their technical advancement. Ye had witnessed the results of power divorced from wisdom during the war, and he understood that even well-intentioned individuals could become dangers to themselves and others if their abilities exceeded their capacity for self-restraint and sound judgment. This concern led him to develop a graduated system of instruction that ensured each student's ethical development paralleled their technical progress. Advanced techniques were shared only after extensive evaluation of character, and the most profound secrets of the art were reserved for those rare individuals who demonstrated not just mastery, but the kind of wisdom that comes from successfully integrating power with compassion. The teaching relationship itself proved transformative for Yi in ways he had not anticipated. Explaining techniques and principles to students forced him to examine his own understanding with unprecedented rigor, often revealing assumptions and blind spots that had remained hidden during his solitary practice. Questions from sincere seekers challenged him to explore aspects of Wuju philosophy that his original masters had never fully developed, pushing the tradition forward through collaborative investigation rather than mere preservation of past forms. Perhaps most importantly, teaching reminded Yi that knowledge truly lives only when it is shared, that even the most perfect individual mastery becomes sterile and ultimately meaningless if it dies with its possessor. The joy he found in witnessing student breakthroughs, the satisfaction that came from seeing ancient wisdom take root in new minds, the sense of continuity that connected him to his own teachers through the act of teaching others. These experiences restored dimensions of meaning to his existence that solitary practice could never provide. As his reputation as a teacher grew, Yi began to attract attention from sources that concerned him. Representatives of various political factions sought to recruit his students for their causes, while scholars from distant academies requested access to Wuju texts and techniques for academic study. Each such approach required careful evaluation, as Yi understood that the knowledge he guarded could easily be perverted into tools of oppression if it fell into the wrong hands. The solution he developed involved creating multiple levels of instruction, from basic self-defense techniques that could be safely shared with almost anyone, to advanced spiritual practices that were reserved for a carefully selected inner circle. This approach allowed him to serve the broader need for effective protective skills, while ensuring that the deepest secrets of Wuju remained in the hands of those proven worthy through years of testing and observation. Kong's role in this teaching enterprise evolved from student to partner as his own mastery developed, and his understanding of pedagogical principles deepened. Together, they created an educational approach that honored the essential spirit of traditional Wuju, while adapting its methods to serve students whose needs and circumstances differed dramatically from those of the art's original practitioners. The small community that gradually formed around Yi's teaching represented something unprecedented in Wuju history, a group united not by shared ancestry or geographical proximity, but by common commitment to principles that transcended cultural and ethnic boundaries. Students from across Ionia and beyond found themselves connected through practices that revealed the fundamental unity underlying surface differences, while teachers and students together explored possibilities that no individual could have discovered alone. As we conclude our exploration of how Yi learned to balance preservation with innovation, tradition with adaptation, and the responsibilities of guardianship with the necessities of growth, we can feel the profound satisfaction that comes from knowledge finding new vessels in which to continue its eternal journey toward greater understanding and more perfect application. In our own roles as teachers and guardians of valuable knowledge, how do we distinguish between those who seek wisdom for worthy purposes and those who would corrupt it? And how do we ensure that what we preserve remains alive and growing rather than becoming merely historical artifact? Chapter 12. The Eternal Dance. In the gentle light of a new dawn, as mist rises from the forest floor and carries with it the whispered promises of another day's possibilities, Yi stands at the edge of the clearing where his students practice their morning forms, watching the ancient art of Wuju flow through movements that would have been impossible to imagine in his childhood village. The years have transformed him from the last guardian of a dying tradition into the first architect of its rebirth. Yet the man who observes this quiet miracle understands that his true journey is just beginning. Tonight, let us explore the eternal dance between preservation and evolution, between honoring the past and embracing the future, and discover how wisdom adapts to serve each generation while maintaining its essential character through all the changes that time inevitably brings. Picture Yi as he appears in these mature years, no longer the grief-stricken survivor who once knelt among ruins, nor the legendary warrior whose exploits have become the stuff of fireside tales, but something far more complex and beautiful, a bridge between worlds, a translator of ancient wisdom into contemporary necessity, a gardener who tends knowledge as carefully as any farmer tends his crops. His face bears the serene confidence that comes from having found his true purpose, while his eyes hold the depth that only grows through years of patient teaching and continuous learning. The community that has formed around his sanctuary represents something unprecedented in the history of martial arts. A school without walls, where tradition and innovation dance together in perfect harmony. Students from across Runeterra arrive seeking different forms of knowledge, yet all find themselves transformed by exposure to principles that reveal the underlying unity of all effective action. Warriors learn that true strength comes from understanding rather than force, Scholars discover that wisdom without practical application becomes mere intellectual ornament. Healers find that their arts gain new dimensions when informed by understanding of conflict resolution. Kong has become more than Yi's first student. He has evolved into a co-creator of what Wuju is becoming. His Vastayan heritage continues to provide insights that push the tradition into unexplored territories, while his natural wisdom helps guide their shared exploration of how ancient principles can serve contemporary needs. The staff techniques they develop together have spawned entirely new approaches to combat that honor the essential spirit of Wuju while expressing it through methods that the original masters could never have imagined. Watching Kong lead a group of intermediate students through advanced forms, Yi marvels at the organic way knowledge has continued to grow and adapt. Each student brings unique perspectives that enrich the overall understanding, while the core principles remain as solid and reliable as mountain stone. The art has become a living ecosystem where individual contributions strengthen the whole, while the collective wisdom guides individual development. The morning practice session reveals the profound changes that have occurred in how Wuju knowledge is transmitted and preserved. Where once the tradition depended on careful preservation of specific forms and techniques, it now emphasizes understanding of underlying principles that can express themselves through infinite variations. Students learn not just how to perform particular movements, but why those movements work, what purposes they serve, and how they can be adapted to meet challenges that their creators never faced. Mei Lin demonstrates healing techniques that use Wuju movement principles to restore both physical and spiritual harmony, her medical knowledge enhanced by understanding of energy flow that allows her to address root causes rather than merely treating symptoms. Joran leads defensive exercises that synthesize his military experience with classical forms, creating methods for protecting communities rather than simply winning individual encounters. Kira, now in her teens, moves through advanced forms with a grace that seems to bend the very fabric of reality, her natural gifts refined through years of patient instruction into abilities that border on the miraculous. Yet perhaps the most profound transformation is visible, not in any individual practitioner, but in the way knowledge itself has evolved. The rigid structures that once characterized traditional education have given way to more organic approaches that adapt to each student's unique needs and capabilities. The hierarchical relationships between masters and students have softened into collaborative partnerships where wisdom flows in multiple directions simultaneously. Yi observes these developments with feelings that combine deep satisfaction with continuing wonder. The boy who once feared that any deviation from traditional methods would constitute betrayal of his masters has become a man who understands that true loyalty to great teachers lies in helping their wisdom reach its full potential, rather than preserving it in unchanging forms. The art he now oversees bears the same relationship to classical Wuju that a mature tree bears to the seed from which it grew, recognizably connected yet infinitely more complex and capable. The reputation of Yi's sanctuary has attracted attention from quarters that both please and concern him. Delegations arrive from distant lands seeking to establish similar schools in their own regions, while scholars come hoping to document techniques and principles for academic study. Each such encounter requires careful evaluation, as Yi understands that knowledge can be corrupted or misused as easily as it can be preserved and transmitted authentically. The solution he has developed involves creating different levels of access to Wuju wisdom, from basic self-defense techniques that can be safely shared with almost anyone to advanced spiritual practices that require years of character development before they can be transmitted responsibly. This graduated approach allows the beneficial aspects of the art to spread widely while ensuring that its most dangerous potentials remain in the hands of those proven worthy through extensive testing and observation. One of the most challenging aspects of his current role involves maintaining balance between the competing demands of preservation and innovation. Students arrive with problems that require new solutions, yet those solutions must remain faithful to the essential spirit that makes Wuju more than mere fighting technique. Each innovation must be tested not just for effectiveness, but for its harmony with principles that have guided the art for millennia. The process of creating this balance has taught Yi profound lessons about the nature of tradition itself. He has learned that authentic preservation requires not rigid maintenance of external forms, but deep understanding of internal principles that can express themselves through whatever forms circumstances require. The tradition lives not in specific movements or techniques, but in the wisdom that guides their application and the character that ensures their proper use. This understanding has transformed his approach to teaching in ways that continue to surprise him. Rather than beginning with predetermined curricula that students must master in sequence, he now starts with careful observation of each individual's unique gifts and challenges, developing customized approaches that honor both their potential and the art's essential requirements. No two students follow identical paths, yet all who complete their training emerge with equivalent mastery of the principles that define true Wuju achievement. The success of this individualized approach has attracted students whose backgrounds would have made them unsuitable for traditional instruction. Former enemies who have undergone genuine transformation find redemption through practices that heal the spiritual damage caused by participating in violence. Individuals with physical limitations discover that Wuju principles can be expressed through whatever capabilities they possess. Even those who lack natural aptitude for martial arts can benefit from philosophical teachings that improve their effectiveness in whatever endeavors they pursue. As the years pass and his influence spreads, Yi begins to understand that his true purpose extends far beyond preserving a single martial tradition. The principles he teaches, harmony between mind and body, integration of individual will with universal law, the transformation of conflict into collaboration, represent insights that could benefit any field of human endeavor. The sanctuary he has created serves not just to train warriors, but to explore how ancient wisdom can address contemporary challenges in areas ranging from governance to agriculture to the arts. This broader vision has led to collaborative projects that would have been unimaginable in the old village. Engineers study Wuju movement principles to design more efficient machines. Artists explore how the 7 lenses of insight can enhance creative expression. Even politicians and diplomats seek instruction in techniques that can transform adversarial negotiations into collaborative problem-solving sessions. Yet despite these expanding applications, Yi remains grounded in the fundamental understanding that all true wisdom begins with self-knowledge and finds its ultimate expression in compassionate service to others. The techniques may evolve and the applications may multiply, but the essential requirement for character development ensures that power serves wisdom rather than dominating it. Kong's continued development provides ongoing inspiration for Yi's own growth. His former student has become a master in his own right, establishing training centers in distant regions while maintaining connection to the principles and practices that gave birth to his abilities. Their occasional reunions serve as opportunities for sharing insights and innovations that keep both teachers fresh and engaged with their evolving art. The network of practitioners that has grown from these humble beginnings now spans multiple continents, creating connections between diverse cultures that find common ground in shared commitment to the values that Wuju represents. Former enemies discover friendship through mutual practice, while isolated communities find strength through participation in something larger than their immediate concerns. As Yi contemplates the path that has led from the ashes of his childhood home to this flourishing renaissance of ancient wisdom, he feels the presence of his original teachers, not as memories, but as living influences that continue to guide his choices. Master Doran's final words have revealed their full meaning through years of practical application. Memory has indeed become wings rather than chains, carrying the essential spirit of Wuju into territories that its founders could never have explored, while remaining faithful to their deepest intentions. The boy who once feared he was witnessing the end of something precious has become the man who helped birth its transformation into something even more beautiful. The tradition he thought he was preserving has evolved into something that preserves itself through constant growth and adaptation, like a river that maintains its essential character while flowing through ever-changing landscapes. Standing in the morning light, watching his students practice forms that honor the past while embracing the future, Yi understands that his journey as a guardian has no end point. Each day brings new challenges and opportunities that require fresh applications of timeless principles. Each student presents unique puzzles that deepen his own understanding. Each innovation opens new possibilities that expand the art's potential to serve human flourishing. The eternal dance continues, as it always has and always will, the interplay between tradition and innovation, preservation and evolution, individual mastery and collective wisdom. Yi has learned to move within this dance rather than trying to control it, allowing himself to be shaped by the same forces that shape the art he serves. In doing so, he has discovered that the true secret of guardianship lies not in protecting something from change, but in helping it change in ways that honor its essential nature while serving the evolving needs of each generation. As our exploration of Master Yi's remarkable journey draws to its close, we can feel the profound peace that comes from a life lived in service to something greater than personal ambition, and the deep satisfaction that emerges when individual gifts find their perfect expression in universal service. In our own lives, as we seek to honor what has been entrusted to us while remaining open to what we might yet become, how do we learn to dance with time rather than fighting it? And how do we ensure that our contributions to the eternal flow of wisdom remain faithful to their source while serving the needs of whatever future awaits?